Chapter 157. A huge light shadow suddenly emerged from Chi Yu's body. The bull demon king's body condensed in front of him. An incomparably huge fist, with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, suddenly swung towards Chi Yu's head under the ferocious and resentful gaze of the bull demon king. Chi Yu did not move. He did not even have the slightest intention of dodging. With a confident smile on his face, he watched the bull demon king's fist swing down. He did not retreat in the slightest as he loftily floated in the air and watched the enormous energy engulf his body. Puff! A gust of wind blew past, causing Chi Yu's black hair to flutter behind him. The bull demon king's huge fist stopped 3 inches away from his head. His originally incomparably firm fist was actually trembling slightly. The resentment in his eyes showed his extreme anger. Come on, kill me, do it. I'll *King kill you. Bull demon king, come on, do it. I can also avenge brother Nether Snake and White Snake. Thinking of the moment when the deep sea Nether Snake and White Snake were destroyed, Chi Yu's eyes also turned red. His body floated forward, pressing his forehead against the bull demon king's fist, and roared madly. Looking at Chi Yu in front of him, looking at the man who had actually changed his fate, the resentment in the bull demon king's eyes was changing slightly. Chi Yu said coldly, "You can't bear to kill me? You can't bear to give up your almost endless life? Then get the hell out of my sight and spend the rest of your life quietly enjoying the loneliness and limitations." Chi Yu, is there really no room for negotiation? The bull demon king glared at him and retracted his fist. Chi Yu snorted disdainfully. What do you think? Do you think there is anything left to discuss between us? You only have 2 choices. Now that you've obviously given up on the first one, you can only choose the second one. There's no third option. The bull demon king once again stretched out his large hand, but this time he grabbed Chi Yu's shoulder. In his astonishment, Chi Yu discovered that an enormous but very gentle energy was rapidly flowing into his body. Under the circulation of the ascending cloud technique, it was gradually converted into his own energy, recovering the yuan qi that he had expended. Kid, I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. I don't want you to die. The bull demon king's voice and emotions suddenly became unusually calm. Looking at the bull demon king, Chi Yu could not help but feel a little surprised. Perhaps you were sent to this world by the heavens to become my enemy. Although you are very weak, I have to admit that you have become the strongest opponent I have ever faced in my life. The bull demon king exhaled and retracted his hand from Chi Yu's body. I can only help you recover a certain amount of yuan qi. The rest will have to be adjusted by your body. Excessive exhaustion must be recovered through rest. Only then will there be no side effects to your body. Chi Yu said sarcastically, "Only now do I realize that the mighty king of beasts, the bull demon king, is actually so concerned about me." The bull demon king smiled faintly and said, "You know, I'm just concerned about myself. From now on, it's like I have 2 bodies. One is me, the other is you. The life and death sharing domain has completely linked our lives together. Of course, I don't want anything to happen to you. Chi Yu, I suddenly thought of something just now. At the same time, I also thought of a problem." "What problem?" Chi Yu asked subconsciously. "From now on, I will treat you as the strongest opponent in this world, and also my only opponent. After leading the ferocious beasts into battle for so many years, perhaps I really should take a break. I will immerse myself in contemplation, pondering how to break the domain of life and death. Kid, you better pray that I never find that method. Otherwise, there is no need for me to explain the result. As the strongest expert in this world, not only can I lead the ferocious beasts into battle, I can also face reality when necessary. Perhaps this is the most crucial test of my life. Chi Yu, our battle has not ended. It has only just begun. Go." The bull demon king said, "I suddenly thought of something. The samsara fruit is one of the 3 divine king fruits, and its domain of life and death is indeed special. However, since the samsara fruit was created in this world, and you are able to oppose me under the arrangement of the heavens, then in this balanced world, there must be a way to break the domain of life and death, or in other words, something that can become the bane of the samsara fruit. From now on, I will treat you as my strongest opponent and my only opponent. Go. Without waiting for Chi-Yu to speak again, the bull demon king raised his hand and pressed it lightly on Chi-Yu's forehead. Chi-Yu only felt his vision go black, and he immediately lost control of his body. All his consciousness disappeared in an instant. Under the influence of the bull demon king's energy, he fell towards the exit of the emerald world. Looking at Chi-Yu's falling body, a complicated light flashed across the bull demon king's eyes. His body turned into a dark blue light and instantly disappeared into thin air. Yes, it was just as he had said. The battle between him and Chi-Yu had just begun. Even though Chi-Yu had the upper hand, it did not mean that he would definitely win. After all, the domain of life and death interacted with each other. The ice-cold feeling gradually pulled Chi-Yu's consciousness out of the darkness. As his consciousness gradually recovered, the ice-cold feeling became more and more obvious. Chi-Yu realized that the ice-cold feeling had appeared on his face. At this moment, he only felt very, very tired. He wanted to open his eyes to look, but he could not control his eyelids no matter what. The energy in his body moved slightly, and he once again fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, when Chi-Yu's consciousness once again recovered, the ice-cold feeling was still there. This time, he felt it even more clearly. It was an ice-cold little hand gently caressing his face. The feeling of the soft little hand moving on his face was so comfortable. That kind of feeling could not help but bring some strange feelings to his heart. Was it Wen-Ting? The first person that came to Chi-Yu's mind was his lover. However, he quickly rejected this thought. This was because he suddenly remembered that before he fainted, Wen-Ting had already been kept into the Kirin's pearl. After fusing, he had used the unity of heaven and man of the Xuanyuan's 8 swords. This had greatly depleted her energy. At this moment, she was probably in a deep sleep, just like him. However, if it was not her, then who could the owner of this ice-cold little hand be? Right at this moment, a gentle voice sounded. "Dad, hurry up and wake up. I'm begging you. You can't abandon the Snow Maiden." "Daddy, do you know? Ever since Snow Girl experienced what happened in the past, you are the first person who entered my heart. It was you and Mommy who made me feel warmth in this world again and felt genuine care. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you guys would not have come to this era. If it wasn't for me, perhaps you guys would still be living a happy life. Daddy, I beg you, wake up. As long as you can wake up, no matter what you ask Snow Girl to do, Snow Girl will be willing. Daddy, I really don't want to call you Daddy, do you know? I want to be like Mommy, to get more from you and enter your heart." Hearing Snow Girl's words, Chi-Yu, who was still a little dazed, suddenly woke up and shivered. "Oh my God, when did my own daughter become like this? Could this be the effect of an auspicious sign?" Resisting the strange feeling in his heart, as he regained control of his body, Chi-Yu let out a low moan. Snow Girl was talking to the unconscious Chi-Yu. Suddenly hearing his moan, she was shocked. After the shock, she was immediately overjoyed. She transferred a cold energy into Chi-Yu's body and hurriedly called out, "Daddy, Daddy, hurry up and wake up!" Slowly opening his eyes, Chi-Yu calmed down and saw Snow Girl's delicate face less than 3 inches in front of him. She was looking at him with a face full of concern. He did not know if it was because of the previous talk, but her originally snow-white face actually had some redness. "Snow Girl, I didn't use it. Don't worry." Chi-Yu smiled and raised his hand to stroke Snow Girl's soft long hair. He secretly told himself that he already had Wen-Ting, Ruyue, Mingming, and even Shangbing. For him, these were already gifts from God. He could not be greedy. Snow Girl was so pure. She was his daughter. He must strangle the hazy feelings she had for him in the cradle. Snow Girl helped Chiyu sit up. She looked at him carefully from head to toe, as if she was afraid that he would lose a piece of flesh. Daddy, you finally woke up. I was so worried. Chiyu smiled and said, Silly girl, I am Kirin. I am very lucky. Everything is over. It's okay. How long have I been unconscious? How many days? The Snow Lady shook her head and said, I don't know how much time has passed. It's impossible to tell day from night here, and you were unconscious for a very, very long time. That day, Mom forcefully sealed you, Yez, and my powers, and sent us down before going back to find you. Before she left, she said that if you two died, then it wouldn't matter even if we had our powers. If you two were still alive, then you'd definitely come back. Dad, are you feeling better? Where's Mommy? Why isn't Mommy with you? Chiyu checked his body with his spiritual power. He was surprised to find that the original injuries had been completely healed. He did not know whether it was because of Bull Demon King or his own origin of nature. Now, he was just a little weak because of the lack of thundercloud force. Don't worry. Your mother is very good. It's all thanks to her this time. If it weren't for her, we might have been dead. As he spoke, Chiyu urged the little thundercloud force in his body and released Wen-Ting from his Kirin bead. In the flash of light, a naked Wen-Ting appeared in front of Chiyu. As he expected, at this time Wen-Ting was practicing. Seeing Wen-Ting naked, Chiyu could not help but be stunned. He looked down at his body and found that he was also naked. He gave a low cry and quickly covered his important parts with his hands. He said embarrassedly, This Snow Girl, The Snow Lady could not help but giggle when she saw Chiyu's flushed face. Daddy, there's no need to hide it. I've already seen it for so many days. I'm not even shy, so what are you afraid of? This. Chiyu stared dumbfoundedly at her, while the Snow Lady stared back at him. As their gazes met, the Snow Lady did not show any shyness. Instead, a peculiar glint appeared in her large, aquamarine eyes. Turn around first, and let Daddy put on his clothes. Chiyu said awkwardly. Snow Girl smiled and said, Well, Daddy, what's there to be shy about? I'm your daughter. Come, let me help Daddy put on his clothes. As she said that, she did not hide her hunger and stuck to Chiyu's side. Her slender body stuck to him. Immediately, Chiyu's body had a reaction. His lower body had the urge to raise a flag. At this moment, he would rather face the Bull Demon King than face his own daughter. In desperation, Chiyu could only summon his clothes from the Kirin Pearl. Once again, it was a little exposed. He quickly put on his clothes. At the same time, he took out a robe and wrapped it around Wen-Ting's body. Snow Girl smiled and looked at Chiyu. Daddy, are you sweating? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Chiyu was not uncomfortable at all. He was obviously nervous. He deliberately put on a stern face and said, You little girl, don't you know the difference between men and women? Fortunately, there are no outsiders. What would happen if someone saw us? Snow Girl stuck out her tongue at Chiyu. At this moment, she did not look like the iceberg Snow Girl at all. She giggled and said, Daddy, you scared me. I remember when I was young, I would be spanked when I was disobedient. Why don't you spank me to vent your anger? As she said that, she leaned forward and stuck out her perky buttocks towards Chiyu. Snow Girl's buttocks were perfectly round. Her perky buttocks outlined a perfect curve on both sides of her body. Even with the naked eye, one could feel the elasticity of her perky buttocks. When Chiyu's gaze fell on her round and perky buttocks, he could not move his eyes away. He was not a gentleman. Even if he was a gentleman, he would immediately turn into a pervert when faced with such a stunning beauty who raised her buttocks and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Resisting the urge to touch her buttocks, Chiyu secretly swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, When did this little vixen become so seductive? Okay, I'll let you off this time. Where's Yi? Why is she asleep? Chiyu forcibly moved his gaze to the side and sat down beside Wen-Ting. At this time he saw that Yu Yi was lying on the side and sleeping soundly. Snow Girl turned around and stuck out her tongue at Chiyu and said, "Daddy, you were unconscious when you came here. Yu was very worried and waited for you to wake up every day." Later, her body could not hold on any longer, but she still refused to rest. "I had no choice but to knock her out. Let her sleep a little longer." When saying this, Snow Girl's eyes obviously flickered. With Chiyu's keen senses, it was impossible for him not to feel it, but he had already faintly understood something in his heart, so he did not point it out. Snow Girl sat down next to Chiyu and pretended not to notice that Chiyu's body had become a little stiff. She held his arm and said lightly, "Do you know? During the time you were unconscious, I thought a lot. From the first time we met until we came here, every scene clearly flashed in my mind. I suddenly realized that I didn't know when, but you have become the most important person in my life. You have also become my spiritual sustenance. It is because of your existence that my heart began to become calm, allowing me to forget all the pain of the past. Only by relying on Daddy can I truly be happy. That's why I recovered so quickly in the past." From Snow Girl's eyes, Chiyu felt a trace of sorrow. He knew that his daughter must have remembered the past and no longer tried to pull his arm out of her embrace. Helplessly being pressed against by her plump and bouncy breasts, he sighed and said, "Snow Girl, don't worry. Now we have passed the biggest obstacle, as long as we can find the Kunlun mirrors and go back. Daddy will definitely bring you to take revenge. Can you tell me what you've been through to make you feel so stimulated?" Snow Girl's delicate body slightly trembled. She gently leaned her head on Chiyu's shoulder. "It is time to tell you, Daddy, whether we can go back or not, it is time to tell you everything. Perhaps you and Mommy have already guessed, I am actually not human. The reason why my energy is so pure is because I belong to the plant category. I, or our family, are the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus of Tianshan. As the noblest species of snow lotus, we are naturally born with intelligence. Ordinary snow lotuses, even if they avoid natural disasters in the world of ice and snow, they are able to survive for more than 10,000 years. To be able to live for more than 10,000 years, there is only a 10% chance that they would have intelligence. They would need to live for another 10,000 years before they would have a certain level of intelligence. But us Emperor's Heart Snow Lotuses are different. We are noble. We are born with intelligence. We only need to survive for about 1,000 years. We will be able to have a low level of intelligence. After growing for 3,000 years, our intelligence will be similar to that of a 5 or 6-year-old human child. We will also have the ability to cultivate by ourselves. After 5,000 years of nurturing, our Emperor's Heart Snow Lotuses will truly mature, becoming this world's most precious elixir, a true treasure of heaven and earth." Although he had already guessed that Snow Girl was a plant, hearing it from her mouth was still a different feeling. Gently stroking Snow Girl's long blue hair, Chiyu said softly, "No wonder my family's Snow Girl is so pure. You are an Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus from Tianshan." Snow Girl glanced at Chiyu, continuing, "Emperor's Heart Snow Lotuses only live in the most dangerous of cliffs. After we gained intelligence and continued to cultivate, we gradually gained the ability to transform. In the world of plants, we are known as the Saints of Plants, and my biological father is the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King." Chiyu nodded, saying, "Then you are the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus Princess?" The sorrow in Snow Girl's eyes became even stronger. "Princess, what princess am I?" The Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King possesses the purest energy of the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus. It can practically bring the dead back to life and more than double a person's lifespan. Moreover, it possesses the cold energy of the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King, becoming a powerhouse of a generation. Therefore, from the day humans discovered the existence of the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus, there were people constantly looking for us. Originally, I had a happy family. My father was the head of the family, and together with my mother, my brothers and sisters, we formed a big family of the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus. We lived happily on a lofty peak of the heavenly mountain. There, we were accompanied by pure ice and snow and cold wind. Day after day, we all gained our own intelligence, the ability to transform, and a certain amount of the special power of ice and wind. However, all of this could not change our fate. Our peaceful and happy life was broken one day 5 years ago. At this point, Snow Girl's eyes became visibly red. Seeing this, Chiyu couldn't help but feel a wave of heartache. At this time, he had already forgotten the thought of alienating Snow Girl. Lightly stretching out his ape arms, he pulled Snow Girl into his embrace. Say it, that way you will feel better. Because of Daddy's special characteristics as the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King, many humans who knew of the secret were secretly searching for his existence in the vicinity of Tianshan. They all hoped to obtain Daddy, to increase their lifespan and strength. After joining the Yanhuang Soul sect, I found out through secret information that a normal Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus was worth $10 million on the black market, and the price of an Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King was as high as $1 billion. Driven by the benefits, many powerful humans were searching for our existence. Finally, one day, a group of foreigners came to the cliff where we were. Although we could transform into critters, we couldn't do anything to them. Although we could transform, our roots were on that cliff. When they discovered our roots, they were extremely excited and used a special drug to contaminate our roots. That drug would make us feel extremely weak, and we had to return to our roots and transform into our original forms to resist it. It was obvious that these humans had planned this beforehand. Thus, our family returned. When Daddy discovered those humans, he already knew that things were not good. But our roots were there. We didn't even have a chance to escape. Daddy activated his ice ability, but because the roots of his original form were contaminated by that drug, his strength was greatly reduced. And those humans who came to find us, they all had very strong abilities. Just like when you use the earth fire ability under their complete suppression, Daddy gradually couldn't resist anymore. And our abilities were far from Daddy's. Under the influence of the drug, we gradually reverted to our original forms, and once again attached to our own roots. Just when Daddy couldn't hold on any longer and was captured by those people, another group of people came. Suddenly, another group of people came. Their target was also us. A few of the people who came first had already been injured by Daddy. At that time, they immediately separated a portion of their people to resist the newcomers. And the remaining people seemed to have no time to dig us out, so they used all their strength to beat Daddy back to his original form and began to dig out his roots. If they wanted to truly obtain the medicinal power of the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus, they had to dig out the roots, and not even the slightest bit of damage could be done. Otherwise, our spiritual energy would be greatly reduced. Those bastards understood this very well. And at that time, the attacks of the people who came later were very fierce, and their people were almost unable to resist anymore. They only had enough time to dig Daddy out, just as we painfully watched Daddy being gradually dug out by them. Those bastards actually used a flamethrower to start spraying blazing flames at Mommy, Big Brother, Big Sister, and me. There was only enough time for them to capture Daddy, but they wanted to completely destroy us, not leaving any remnants for the people who came later. Fire! Such a big fire! It swallowed Mommy, Big Brother, and Big Sister. Such a big fire! Such a big fire! At the last moment, Mommy transferred all of her energy to us. She was the first to go, followed by Big Brother. They transferred all of their energy to Big Sister and me, so that we could hold on for a little longer. But under the influence of the medicine, even after receiving Mommy and Big Brother's energy, we still couldn't escape. At the last moment, Big Sister didn't hesitate to transfer all of their energy, as well as Mommy's and Big Brother's energy, to me. Finally, I was able to escape from Mommy and Big Brother's energy. Under their last bit of energy, I fell down the cliff. At this point, Snow Girl was already sobbing uncontrollably. Her hands tightly hugged Chiyu's neck, and her delicate body unceasingly trembled. A sorrowful aura continuously spread from her body, covering her body and also covering Chiyu's heart. At this point, Chiyu didn't know what to say to comfort Snow Girl. There was only anger in his heart. Benefits. Everything was because of benefits. Under the drive of benefits, those people destroyed Snow Girl's family, captured her father, killed the rest of her family, and at the last moment of the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus's decision, he couldn't help but deeply admire them. They gave their hope of survival to Snow Girl, using their own lives as the price for the youngest Snow Girl to live. This kind of sacrifice was so precious, and Emperor Heart Snow Lotus's hearts were so pure. Everything combined to form this sad and desolate story. Unknowingly, his eyes had already turned red. Tell me, Snow Girl, who destroyed your family and captured your father? Chiyu's sonorous voice was filled with killing intent. Raising her head to look at him, Snow Girl lightly shook her head. I'm not completely sure who it is. At that last moment, I seemed to hear those bastards who captured my father shout, "Can't take back the benefits left by the Vatican?" Then the flames came. "Can't take back the benefits left by the Vatican." You repeated Snow Girl's words to himself. His eyes lit up. He seemed to have understood something. Then the group of people that came later should be the Vatican. They dared to go against the Vatican, and they were foreigners. Then there is only one possibility. With a simple judgment, he pointed the finger directly at the Covenant of Darkness. Lowering her head, Snow Girl said, "When I woke up, my body was already buried in ice and snow. At that time, I seemed to have forgotten everything. My spirit also changed at that time, and that's why you saw the two Snow Girl later. After that, I entered the soul of Yan Huang, and I also thought that the Covenant of Darkness might be the culprit who captured my father. But the Covenant of Darkness was too mysterious and too powerful. I didn't even have the chance to find them. I also tried to go to Europe, but because I was afraid of fire, I almost got lost there. It was my colleagues in the soul of Yan Huang who saved me when I went berserk. From then on, my heart was almost in despair. I knew how difficult it was to take revenge. I hated myself for not being strong enough. So I sealed my heart and only survived in the ice cellar of the soul of Yan Huang headquarters every day. Covenant of Darkness? Snow Girl, as long as we can go back. Daddy will definitely bring you to Europe again to find your biological father and enemy." Chiyu's words were very calm, but Snow Girl could hear the absolute confidence in his words. Huan Yuan raised her head and looked at Chiyu's determined and murderous face. Snow Girl's eyes blurred. "Daddy." With a sorrowful cry, Snow Girl completely pressed Baiji's body into Chiyu's arms. Unknowingly, she had already sat on Chiyu's thigh. The full contact allowed Chiyu to fully feel her cold and smooth skin. Although there was a barrier of clothes, the elastic and smooth feeling still gave him a strong feeling. But at this time, Chiyu had already forgotten about the awkwardness. His heart was completely immersed in the story told by Snow Girl. Chapter 158. After a long time, a light cough awakened the two of them from this awkward position. Snow Girl sat up straight in a panic. As all her weight was concentrated on her buttocks, her cold and plump buttocks couldn't help but heavily press against Chiyu's erection, which had become scorching hot and hard, causing him to subconsciously let out a low moan. Snow Girl's fair and pretty face had already turned red. How could she not feel Chiyu's reaction? The sadness in her heart had actually subsided for a long time, but she didn't want to end this awkward position. But at this time she had to end it, because that light cough was made by Wenting. Somewhat panicked, she got down from Chiyu's body. Snow Girl shyly glanced at Chiyu and said, "Mom, you're awake." Wenting stood up and put on the shirt that Chiyu had wrapped around her body. Because Chiyu was much taller than her, this long-sleeved t-shirt looked like a short skirt on her body, revealing a pair of slender white thighs. Glancing at Chiyu, she stepped forward and held onto Snow Girl's hand. She softly said, "What's wrong, my dear daughter? Did Dad make you unhappy? Look, your eyes are red from crying." Snow Girl hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, it's not that. Dad didn't bully me. It's just that I remembered some unhappy things in the past." Chiyu awkwardly stood up. At this time, there was still the lingering fragrance of Snow Girl's delicate body on his body. The fragrance of the Emperor's heart snow lotus was extremely special. That light, sweet, yet somewhat cold scent was so alluring. The touch of his lower body was still there, so he couldn't help but quietly put his hand into his pants pocket to restrain that firm and erect erection. "Ting, are you feeling better?" Chi walked up to her and asked. Ting glanced at him and said, "I'm much better now. It's just that my energy hasn't fully recovered yet. Let's practice together for a while. Snow Girl, go and wake Lady Yi up. The four of us will practice together. After we've recovered our strength, we'll look for the whereabouts of the Kunlun mirrors." It was only now that Chiyu had the mood to observe his surroundings. He discovered that the four of them were still in a jadeite world, but the faint jadeite light around them seemed to have become much more illusory. This was a place that seemed like a room. Not far in front of them was a narrow passageway that led to who knows where. Within the passageway, there was a faint ripple of jadeite mist. Snow Girl went to wake Yi up. Chiyu took this opportunity to rush to Ting's side and explained in a low voice, "Ting, don't misunderstand. Just now, when Ting raised her hand and stopped Chiyu from continuing, she lowered her voice and said, 'Actually, I woke up the moment you let me out. I heard everything you said. It seems that our daughter doesn't just love you as a father and daughter. Ting, All right, there's no need to explain. Let fate decide everything. After so much, I've thought through many things. Since I've chosen you as my only love, why should I think too much? As long as I can be happy with you, I'll be satisfied. You don't have to think too much either. Let fate decide everything. The Snow Lady's life is really pitiful. At a time like this, no matter what the reason is, we can't agitate her, right? Ting, you're the best." Looking at Ting, the worry in Chiyu's heart disappeared. Ting also looked at him with a smile. After fusing with the solar lunisolar armor to fight against a strong enemy, their relationship had deepened. They also knew better how to express their deep love for each other. "Ah, Master, you're awake." Yi, who had just woken up, saw Chiyu at a glance. She immediately forgot everything and rushed over. She knew very well who Chiyu's enemy was because she had seen the Bull Demon King appear with her own eyes. It was that demon who led the beasts to destroy the Yu clan's territory. The most powerful existence among the beasts was beyond her imagination. When she saw that Chiyu had fought with the Beast King and returned alive, her emotions fluctuated violently. She didn't have any feelings for Chiyu. It was only because he had saved her life and she admired the strong that Yu Yi decided to follow him. Reality proved that she had indeed gained many benefits by following Chiyu, and when she saw with her own eyes how Chiyu had fought against that powerful existence and saved her from the Bull Demon King, she reevaluated Chiyu's strength. Deep in her heart, other than a trace of complicated feelings, she was even more determined that her choice to follow Chiyu was absolutely the right choice. Seeing Yi pounce on him, Chiyu was shocked. He hurriedly took a step back and raised his hands to stop her from pouncing on him. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine now. Yi, don't call me master anymore. Otherwise, I'm going to be angry. If you still want to follow me, just call me by my name. I'll treat you as a friend." Yi looked at Chiyu, who was separated by the energy, and her eyes revealed a faint trace of disappointment. Although she was a human from the ancient era of the beasts, with her intelligence, how could she not see that Chiyu's feelings for her were incomparable to Ting and Snow Girl's? She knew that in Chiyu's heart, she was still an outsider. She nodded lightly. All right then. Chiyu, I'll call you by your name from now on. But in this case, you don't have to chase me away. I want to follow you all the time, okay? Chiyu thought about it and said, It's not good for you to always follow me. He said, It's not good for you to always follow me. How about this? After we leave this place, you can go back and find your people. If I'm not wrong, the beasts will restrain themselves for a certain period of time. You can find your people and teach them the cultivation method of the power of nature. Only in this way can the Yu clan be reinvigorated. Only in this way can your Yu clan recover its vitality. Don't worry, I'll go back and find you. After all, in your hearts, I'm the Huang Emperor who will lead humanity, right? Yi looked at Chiyu with a complicated expression. She felt that her heart was in a mess. Chiyu was right, but at this moment, she was more willing to follow by Chiyu's side. Whether it was to obtain more cultivation methods and benefits from Chiyu, or because of other reasons, she lowered her head and did not speak. Or was it because of something else? Lowering her head, she didn't speak. She didn't agree, but she didn't object either. When Ting pulled Chiyu's hand and said, All right, let's all start cultivating. This place is not safe now, and we have no way out. I went to take a look just now. After coming down from above, it seems to have been sealed. There's no way back. No matter what happens in the future, we must first get out of this mysterious place alive. Chiyu also felt that the exit above had been sealed. It seemed to be a one-way passage. They could only come down from above, but not from below. However, he was very confident at this time. He could even deal with a powerful existence like the Bull Demon King. Why would he care about these difficulties in front of him? The four of them entered a state of cultivation at almost the same time, each practicing their different techniques. This time, the cultivation time was especially long. When Chiyu was the last to wake up from his cultivation, the three girls had already waited for a long time. In this jadeite world, people from the era of ancient beasts naturally could not calculate time, but Chiyu and the others could. Before cultivating, when Ting deliberately looked at the watch that Chiyu brought from their era. From the beginning of the cultivation to the end, when Chiyu finally woke up, it had actually lasted a full 7 days. During the process of cultivation, they discovered that this jadeite world was very strange, mainly because of the various energy molecules here. In this jadeite world, not only was there fresh air, but there was also an abundance of various energy molecules, including nature energy, which was comparable to the forest outside. Under such circumstances, the process of cultivation was very smooth, and they did not encounter any trouble. After 7 days of cultivation, Chiyu felt like he had been reborn from the moment he woke up. He clearly discovered that the energy in his body seemed to have changed. As the inheritor of Kirin's bloodline, his strength would increase every time he encountered a strong enemy. This was not only in terms of combat experience, but also in the face of a strong enemy's oppression, the thundercloud force in his body would naturally increase under the oppression. This was not the first time that Chiyu had broken through a bottleneck in the face of a strong enemy. Kirin's 6 clouds to 7 clouds was a huge bottleneck. This time, although he did not manage to break through this bottleneck after facing the Bull Demon King, Chiyu completely felt that his strength had changed. His mental strength alone had made great progress. This was because during the battle with the Bull Demon King, he had suffered the greatest pressure from his mental strength. After waking up wherever his mental strength reached, it felt much clearer than before, and even a little solidified. This was not something that could be achieved in the past. At the same time after this battle, Chiyu's biggest gain was actually in the aspect of nature energy. Although he did not have the time to study it, but after thinking about Moonlit Night and the plant soul, he was now 70% to 80% confident that he could also use the power of plants. Father, you're awake. Snow Girl saw that Chiyu had opened his eyes, and she immediately went up to him. Chiyu smiled and nodded. The feeling of training this time is really good. It seems that fighting with the strong is undoubtedly beneficial in improving one's strength. Among all the enemies he had faced, the Bull Demon King was definitely ranked first. Wen Ting also came to Qi Yu's side and said, "We've been here for a long time. There aren't many fruits stored in your Kirin Pearl. We have to hurry and leave this place." Qi Yu nodded and said, "Let's go. I'm afraid that this is where the door to the prohibition is located. I'm almost certain that this is the forbidden place of the Kunlun mirrors. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many prohibition spells. The frozen spring above should be the entrance to the place where the Kunlun mirrors are buried." When Ting said, "I hope that's the case. However, Qi Yu, you must not be careless. Although the Kunlun mirror's ranking is not as high as the Shenyuan sword, the main reason why you obtained the Shenyuan sword was luck. If it wasn't for Emperor Huang, you wouldn't have succeeded. Since they are both divine weapons, there are also prohibition spells. We must be careful. I don't know why, but I have a faint feeling that if we want to obtain the Kunlun mirrors, it will not be as easy as facing the Bull Demon King." Qi Yu laughed and said, "Now is not the time to worry. Let's go. Won't we know everything once we go in?" As he said that, he let go of Wen Ting's hand and took the lead to walk towards the green passageway. Snow Girl walked in second, Yu Yi was third, and Wen Ting deliberately lagged behind. Among the four of them, she and Qi Yu were the strongest. Advancing in this manner would allow them to better protect the weaker Snow Girl and Yu Yi. Qi Yu stepped into the passageway. He had only taken a few steps when he realized that this place was different. Entering this passageway, it was like the tunnel that he had lost control when he sneaked into the amusement park. The surrounding green lights of different shades rotated slightly, and with every step he took, he could clearly see that the surrounding lines were changing. It was as if they were really going to cross space to fight their enemies. At the same time, after entering this passageway, the spiritual power he released was actually suppressed. The green light that was rotating around him had a great interference effect on his spiritual power. Every time it rotated, it would make him feel a little dizzy. This was definitely not a visual effect, but a complete internal effect. Through the stimulation of the energy, aura, and spiritual power, the dizziness was getting stronger as he continued to move forward. Relatively speaking, Wen Ting and the other two women were much better off than Qi Yu. They did not have as strong a spiritual power as Qi Yu. Although they also felt a little uncomfortable, it was not as obvious as Qi Yu's. The turquoise passageway seemed to have no end. Qi Yu had tried various methods, from walking slowly to flying. However, he was surprised to find that no matter how much he increased his speed, he still could not see the end in front of him. What made him feel even more strange was that when he increased his speed, Wen Ting and the other two women behind him still maintained the same distance from him. Strange, what's going on? This place seems to be a cycle. Qi Yu stopped and turned back to speak to the three women. At this time, the dizziness had made his brain a little dizzy, and the turquoise lights that were rotating around him became even more annoying. Wen Ting said, "I also realized that after we entered the passageway, whether it's in front or behind, we seem to have lost the end. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the end even if we walk for a lifetime. We'll definitely die here." Qi Yu snorted and said, "Since we can't walk, we might as well try something a little barbaric. Ting Ting, you protect them, I'll try." As he spoke, the faint four-colored thundercloud force light had already begun to light up around Qi Yu's body. At this time, the most powerful of his four thundercloud force had become the fire thundercloud force because of Emo's help. Therefore, Qi Yu's first choice was the red Kirin True ore. A scorching feeling spread out with him as the center. In the faint flickering light, a fiery red light shield spread out to the surroundings. Qi Yu's eyes seemed to be burning with two balls of fire. In an instant, the light of the Kirin True Fire had expanded to a range of tens of meters. It entered the turquoise spinning light. To Qi Yu's surprise, The energy of the Kirin true fire did not encounter any obstruction after entering the turquoise tunnel light. There was not even a trace of resistance. The turquoise vortex was still spinning continuously. Chiyu, who had experienced a lot, was no longer as rash as before. Although he said that he would try it, when his Kirin fire thundercloud force spread out, he carefully spread his spiritual power into the fire thundercloud force and followed the spreading fire thundercloud force to the surroundings. Very soon, his approach yielded some results. Under the protection of the fire thundercloud force, his spiritual power was no longer oppressed, and it also entered the turquoise tunnel light. This time, Chiyu suddenly discovered that not much. Through his spiritual power, he saw a completely different scene. What his spiritual power transmitted to him was a completely different scene. It was an empty field, and at the end of the field there was a large door. The four of them were only tens of meters away from the door. Closing his eyes, Chiyu moved towards the direction of the door with the guidance of his spiritual power. However, things were not as simple as he had imagined. Through the observation of his spiritual power, he realized that he was actually walking on the same spot, and he could not get close to the turquoise door at all. What exactly is going on? Chiyu's heart was filled with a strange feeling. He stopped moving forward and continued to expand his thundercloud force so that his spiritual power could see further. Not long after, when his spiritual power, along with the fire thundercloud force, had expanded his observation radius to about 100 meters, he could clearly see that the mouth of the frozen spring was behind him. The mouth of the spring was shrouded by a green light. The water of the frozen spring was right above their heads. There was no jade world. Only the green door looked very strange. Was this the real underwater world? Were the emerald world and the tunnel that they had been to previously just an illusion? In the depths of his heart, Chiyu felt that what he was observing with his spiritual power should be where the real underwater world was. However, how could he get rid of this illusion? Walk into the real underwater world and enter the green door? After some simple consideration, Chiyu first withdrew his spiritual power and thundercloud force, and then told the three ladies everything that he had seen with his spiritual power. After listening to Chiyu's narration, the three ladies fell into deep thought. Naturally, they would not doubt what Chiyu said, but they had never been in an illusion before. At this moment, just like Chiyu, they did not know how to get out of this illusion. Chiyu, have you thought of any way? Wenting frowned and asked Chiyu. Chiyu shook his head and said, "There's no feasible way. This illusion seems to be a very special domain. If there are really 4 domains, then I'm afraid that only the gods would be able to produce such a huge amount of energy. This should also be the energy that protects the Kunlun mirrors. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to get out of this illusion." The Snow Lady nodded and said, "You're right, Father. This should be a domain that's completely filled with illusions. No matter where we go, we will only be limited to the same place. I've never even heard of such a special domain." Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Now I believe what Tingting said before. Although this illusion looks peaceful to us, its threat is no less than that of the Bull Demon King." He did not tell the three ladies about the final result of his battle with the Bull Demon King. It was not that he wanted to hide anything, but he did not want Ju Yi to misunderstand. After all, the Bull Demon King was now his envoy, even if it was still his enemy. Since it's a domain, we can only rely on the power of the domain to break it, or use the power of the domain to give you real vision. A gentle voice sounded in Chi-Yu's heart. Hearing this voice, Chi-Yu suddenly felt his blood boiling. This voice was so familiar, so touching. Chi-Yu even forgot how long it had been since he heard its existence. However, this sudden voice was tantamount to sending charcoal in snowy weather, because this voice came from Xie. Ever since he used the ultimate Kirin's arm to save Wenting, the deep-sea nether snake did not disappear, but Xie had completely disappeared. Qi Yu did not know how many times he had tried to find him in his spiritual power, but there was no result. Even after he obtained the power of the source of nature, he still could not find Xie Zhi. At this moment, Xie Zhi's voice suddenly appeared, and suddenly let him see the dawn of hope. "Brother Xie Zhi, is it really you?" Even in the call of spiritual power, Qi Yu's voice was still trembling. "Of course it's me, my master. Qi Yu, now you really have the strength to be my master. Congratulations." Xie Zhi smiled at Qi Yu. Compared with before, his voice seemed to have become much more stable. Qi Yu first gestured to the three women to keep quiet, then sat on the ground and reactivated the fire thundercloud force. In order to prevent sudden changes, he used the fire thundercloud force and his spiritual power to cover the three women and his body. Only then did he continue to communicate with Xie Zhi. "Brother Xie Zhi, where have you been these days? Do you know how much I miss you?" Qi Yu's voice was trembling and choking. If Master Zigru was the person who brought him into the field of psychic abilities, then Xie Zhi was the teacher who accompanied him as he grew up and gave him all the abilities of Kirin. Without Xie Zhi, it would have been impossible for Qi Yu to become strong in such a short period of time, and it would have been impossible for him to get the real cultivation method of Kirin. He could only be like the previous inheritors of Kirin's bloodline. It was the weakest of the Zodiac guardian gods. Xie Zhi not only taught Qi Yu a lot of things, but at the same time, in a sense, it was also Qi Yu's spiritual sustenance. It was because of the existence of Xie Zhi. When Qi Yu faced many powerful enemies, he was always able to get a response from the Xie Zhi. That was how he was able to raise his strength so quickly. Xie Zhi smiled and said, "I have been sleeping, or rather, I have been in the process of evolution." Qi Yu was stunned and said, "Evolution? I thought that after I used the ultimate Kirin arm, I hurt your energy." Xie Zhi sighed and said, "There must be some damage. But that day, besides using the ultimate Kirin arm, you had no other choice. As the king of Kirin, whether it was to maintain your dignity or to protect your friends and life, you could only choose that way. After you released the energy of the ultimate Kirin arm, I, who was in your Kirin's bloodline, was greatly affected. My spiritual imprint was almost broken. Fortunately, you are in Kirin, so you could protect yourself and me at the last moment. However, I could only choose to sleep and gradually restore my energy. After that, as your strength recovered, I also gained a lot of benefits from staying in your body. My mental strength recovered much faster than I had imagined. Just as I was about to wake up, an extremely powerful force suddenly surged into your body. No, it shouldn't be called force. It should be called mental strength. It had a great impact on me, and that's why I haven't been able to wake up until now." "A very powerful spiritual power? Are you referring to the source of nature?" Qi Yu asked doubtfully. Xie Zhi said, "No, not the source of nature. The source of nature is not spiritual energy. It should be a relatively neutral energy, or in other words, it is an effective combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. It is also the most precious energy in the world. It is of great help to me and you. It is with its help that I was able to quickly restore my own spiritual power. Do you remember that after I chose to become your shadow, I lost my body? That was not a sacrifice in vain. I did not tell you before, although choosing to become your shadow made me lose my body, it was also under the influence of the ancestor Kirin that my body was completely transformed into spiritual power, so that my spiritual power has increased exponentially. It is precisely because of this that I can better assist you. It's just that at that time my power was not enough. I could only give you some pointers, but I could not really help you in a real sense in the battle." Qi Yu said, "What do you mean by powerful spiritual power? In addition to the energy of the source of nature, I don't seem to have absorbed any powerful spiritual power. Are you talking about the golden-winged eagles, Nei Pale, and brother Nether Snake's blue sea thunderpearl? You fool, don't you think about me? What other energy can compare with me? Another dissatisfied voice sounded, startling Chiyu. However, he immediately understood what the huge spiritual power that Xieji was referring to was, because the owner of this voice was the soul of Xianyuan in Xuanyuan's sword. "Ah, it's you?" Chiyu was surprised. Xuanyuan's soul said proudly, "Of course it's me. Seeing that you can let me really exert the power of a sword, I will be polite to you. What Xieji is referring to is my energy. As the true sword soul of Xuanyuan's sword, I am completely spiritual energy. Do I still need to explain this?" "You idiot," Xieji said. "Yes, that huge spiritual energy is Senior Xianyuan. It is because of his appearance that my awakening was delayed. As soon as Senior Xuanyuan's spiritual energy entered your spiritual world, it immediately had a huge stimulation to me. With the help of Senior Xianyuan, my spiritual energy finally entered the process of evolution. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. According to the original situation, it can only appear when your strength reaches the 8-cloud level. But with the help of Senior Xianyuan, it appeared in advance. How can I let go of this opportunity? I immediately fell into a deep sleep again and carried out the process of evolution. Brother Xieji, what is the use of your evolution? According to what you said just now, it seems that after you evolve, you can help me fight? Chiyu asked. Xieji said, "In a sense, this is the case, but it is not so simple. Your spiritual energy has become very large because of the source of nature, but it is far from being condensed. This is why you have no way to deal with the spiritual oppression of the Bull Demon King. If it wasn't for Senior Xuanyuan's ability to break through the spiritual oppression of the Bull Demon King, I am afraid that the spiritual destruction alone can destroy you." Chiyu smiled and said to Xuanyuan's soul, "It turns out that you have been protecting me. Don't you look down on me?" Xianyuan Han grunted coldly. "If you want others to respect you, then you need to possess sufficient strength. You're right, I do look down on your strength, but since I've taken you as my master, then I have the duty to protect you. Of course, don't think that I will do my best to protect you. When you encounter a strong enemy without your own energy, I can't do anything. For example, the guy you dealt with before, his strength is very strong, so strong that I feel afraid. That is close to the power of God. If it wasn't for you suppressing me in various situations and succeeding in your speculation, I am afraid that you would have been finished. Even I can't change this ending. That guy is just too powerful, especially on the ground. He's much more powerful than he was in the mountains." Chapter 159. Xieji said, this time, thanks to the help of Elder Xianyuan. "Chiyu, the process of my evolution is actually the evolution of the invisible spiritual power into the direction of the tangible. It can also be said that I have compressed my spiritual power into a physical entity. Of course, this physical entity is relative. With my physical spiritual power, I can play a supporting role in your battles in the future. However, this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that, as your shadow after my evolution, I can start to help you compress your spiritual power. Most of your current spiritual power comes from the source of nature, and some of it is your previous spiritual power. These spiritual powers are intertwined and very heterogeneous. For a long time in the future, I will help you filter these spiritual powers again, just like how you use the source of nature to filter the energy molecules you absorb and compress them more. Only by laying such a foundation can you one day become as powerful as the Bull Demon Kings." You suddenly said, "So that's how it is. Brother Xieji, we are brothers, so I won't say thank you. However, we have to solve the big problem in front of us first. Xianyuan, since you are an artifact and ranked second, can you tell me if this is the place where the Kunlun mirrors are located?" Xianyuan snorted and said, "Why should I tell you? I am going to sleep. You think about it yourself." "Hey, no way. You just said that I am your master." Yu said angrily, for the soul of the Xianyuan ape sword. He really had no other way. Xianyuan did not answer. Obviously, he really went back to sleep. Xieji laughed and said, "Qiyu, I am afraid that Elder Xianyuan is much older than the Bull Demon King. Since the appearance of the Xianyuan sword, it has existed. In the future, you have to be polite to Elder Xianyuan." Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, "It is not that I am not polite to him. He originally looked down on my ability. What was the use of being polite? It was better to work hard on cultivating. In front of him, there's nothing more useful than strength." Xuanyuan's soul-like voice suddenly appeared again. "You're right, kid. Flattery is beneath my notice. Only by working hard to improve your strength will you be able to gain my approval. However, you were able to use the first sword of the Xianyuan 8 swords in such a short period of time. Even though you used external force, it still greatly exceeded my expectations. Looks like you really aren't a piece of trash." Xieji said, "Qiyu, to be recognized by Elder Xianyuan is definitely the happiest thing in your life. I have benefited a lot from you. It seemed that it was wise of me to choose to be your shadow." Senior Xianyuan didn't say it out loud, but I can feel that he has a very good impression of you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been helping you in the dark. You guessed it right. This place is where the Kunlun mirrors are stored. Senior Xianyuan has confirmed this. Just like the place where the Xianyuan sword is sealed is called Xuanyuan's tomb. The name of this place is called Kunlun Divine Illusion. If you want to get the Xianyuan sword, you have to rely on absolute strength. But if you want to get the Kunlun mirrors, it's different. Because here is an absolute environment. You must have the ability to break through the illusion to get it. Qiyu said, "How can I break through this illusion?" Xie said, "If you simply want to leave here, it's actually very simple. With Senior Xianyuan here, any domain can't be stopped, especially this kind of illusion domain. As long as you and Wenting work together to launch the power of the Xianyuan sword again, then this illusion will be broken by you. But if you really do that, I'm afraid there is an 80% chance that it will cause damage to the Kunlun mirrors. If that's the case, the loss outweighs the gain. And the other way is to walk out of this illusion. Break through the Kunlun illusion domain. Then you may be able to get the complete Kunlun mirrors. But compared to the former method, it's much more difficult." Qiyu sighed. "Do I have a choice now? If we can't get the Kunlun mirrors, we can't return to our own time. Now, we can only find a way to break this illusion. Just now, you said that if you want to break this domain, you must rely on the power of the domain, right? You should be referring to the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes Xuanji realm technique." Qiyu now had 2 very powerful domains. One was the energy immunity silver dragon shield, and the other was his most powerful domain, the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes Xuanji realm technique. The 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes Xuanji realm technique had saved Qiyu's life more than once. The abilities of this domain were ever-changing, and each ability was extremely practical. After Xieji's previous guidance, Qiyu now had some understanding in his heart and knew what he should do. Xieji smiled and said, "Since you understand, then go ahead and do it. I'm now the mouthpiece for you and Senior Xianyuan. He told me that this Kunlun divine illusion is divided into 3 parts. The place where you are now is the first stage of the Kunlun divine illusion. Only by breaking through this stage can you find the real door to enter. And the next 2 stages are even more difficult. You must rely on your own courage, wisdom, and strength to pass through. And your advantage now lies in the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes Xuanji realm technique. The characteristic of the Kunlun divine illusion is that it is ever-changing, unpredictable, and has no rules to speak of. And your 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes Xuanji realm technique has the same characteristic. Although it can't be compared to the huge Kunlun divine illusion, it is enough to protect the few of you. Rely on your own wisdom to work hard. These days, although I can't help you, I have seen everything you have done. I found that without my help, Your growth speed is much faster than before. Now you are becoming more and more mature. You are already a qualified Kirin warrior, a powerful Kirin warrior. Believe in your own strength. You will definitely succeed. Qi laughed and said, Well, Brother Xie Ji, this kind of jack of all trades does not need to be said. I know what I should do. You go rest. I believe I can do it. Xie Ji's guidance was very simple. There were not even specific steps, but its guidance had made Qi Yu instantly understand. When he had a goal, his steps forward would no longer be at a loss. Slowly opening his eyes, Wen Ting and the other two girls saw the light of confidence in Qi Yu's eyes. Snow Girl giggled and said, Dad, you must have thought of a way to get out, right? A light flashed in Qi Yu's eyes. This is the Kunlun divine illusion, the place where the Kunlun mirrors are sealed. Since this illusory realm is ever-changing, then we should make this ever-changing illusory realm listen to our commands. Don't do anything, just wait quietly. At this point, he had already stood up from the ground. A dark red light shone from the Kirin pearl on his chest. 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes, Xuanji realm technique. With a low shout, the surrounding dark green space suddenly changed color. The 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes, Xuanji realm technique, could be infinitely small. At the same time, it could also be infinitely large. In an instant, Qi Yu used his thundercloud force as the foundation. He activated the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes, Xuanji realm technique, and expanded it infinitely. Under the guidance of his mental strength, it instantly enveloped the entire range that his mental strength could see. In an instant, the surroundings changed drastically. The original light completely disappeared, and everything around them changed. The 10 millennia cold jade appeared in front of the 4 of them, followed by an empty field. From below, they could see the sparkling lake above. However, there was no longer any light in the surroundings. Therefore, the frozen spring could only be pitch black. Although the surroundings had darkened, Wen Ting and the other two girls cheered at the same time. This was because they had already seen the green door that Qi Yu had mentioned amidst the dark red light emitted by the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes technique. Qi Yu smiled faintly as he maintained the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes of the 4 stars realm. We have passed the first test. Although he was unable to break the Kunlun divine illusion in front of him by relying on the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes jade pearl domain technique, he could create a real world in this Kunlun divine illusion. Under the effect of his mental strength, the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes of the 4 stars realm expanded this real world. In other words, as long as Qi Yu's thundercloud force could maintain the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes of the 4 stars realm, the real scene in front of them would continue to be maintained. At this point, they did not need to break the divine illusion of Kunlun at all. Once they successfully found the door to the Kunlun illusion, they would have achieved their goal. Making an inviting gesture, Qi Yu smiled and said, Please come in, my 3 beautiful ladies. The divine illusion of Kunlun welcomes you. As he spoke, he reached out and pushed the green door open. The texture that the door should have did not appear. The moment Qi Yu stretched his hand into the door, he immediately realized that something was wrong. A strong suction force was instantly emitted from the door, and in an instant, the 4 of them were sucked in at the same time. The expanding mental strength disappeared, and the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes of the 4 stars realm shrunk around Qi Yu's body under the influence of the sudden change in space. It could only envelop his body. When Qi Yu wanted to activate the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes of the 4 stars realm, again, the surrounding scenery had changed again. Everything lit up again. It was still the same emerald green light, but this time what appeared in front of Qi Yu was not a tunnel. At the same time, what made him panic was that Wen Ting and the other 2 girls had disappeared. He realized that he had appeared in a maze and he was surrounded by emerald green jadeites. These jadeites were frighteningly huge. If they were real, Any piece from his world would make him a super rich man. Each of the huge jadeite pieces was 3 meters tall. They were arranged around his body in a disorderly manner, their smooth surfaces like mirrors. You could see his own reflection in the cross-sections of the jadeite pieces. And above these jadeites, there was a layer of emerald green fog which added a lot of psychedelic colors to the surroundings. This should be the second stage of the divine illusion of Kunlun. This is also where the real divine illusion of Kunlun is. Yu muttered to himself. At the same time, he calmed his mind and carefully observed his surroundings. He was not worried about the illusion in front of him. What worried him was the whereabouts of Wenting and the other 2 girls. He had entered at the same time, but the 3 girls had disappeared. How could he not be anxious? After a brief observation, Yu was not in a hurry to use the 1,000 schemes and 100 changes jade pearl domain technique. Instead, he walked into the maze. With every step he took, the reflections on the giant jadeite around him would change. The dazzling colors and dazzling light were all exceptionally beautiful. Although it was a maze, it was so beautiful. If I were to open an amusement park like this, there would definitely be a lot of customers. Yu looked at the moving jadeite light and sighed in his heart. This place had a much greater suppression on his mental strength than before. Even with the protection of the thundercloud force, his mental strength could only expand to a radius of 10 meters with his body as the center. As he walked forward, Chiyu's brain began to work at high speed. After a short period of probing forward, he could already confirm that this was a pure maze and there was no pattern to it. As he moved forward, he was easily affected by the huge jadeites around him. The multi-layered reflections of these jadeites would bring great stimulation to his vision, easily causing him to feel dizzy and at a loss. Although the temperature in the maze was normal, as he moved forward, Chiyu's body had a special feeling. There was a sense of oppression, as though there was an invisible force pressing against his body. When he used his own thundercloud force to resist it, there was no effect. Instead, he released his mental strength to counteract the pressure. After a simple investigation, Chiyu stopped in his tracks. He closed his eyes and sat down on the spot. Walking through the maze was not Chiyu's forte. He was very clear about this. Just like in the jadeite spiral tunnel previously, if he really focused on searching, there would definitely be no results. To pass the test of the Kunlun divine illusion, it was more important to rely on one's own strength and intelligence. Since it was the Kunlun divine illusion, there would definitely be more illusions here. Everything that he saw might not be real. If he wanted to break out of this illusion, the first thing he had to do was to find Wenting and the rest. Otherwise, who knew what effect destroying this place would have on the entire maze? He retracted his mental strength completely and relied on his physical body to resist the pressure that constantly appeared around him. At the same time, his mental strength was fused with the power of his bloodline. A faint spiritual wave was gradually strengthening in Chiyu's heart. That wasn't just pure mental strength. Instead, it was a special force that was connected to his mental strength. The effect of telepathy was fully demonstrated at this moment. Through the connection between mental strength and bloodline, the special energy wave that Chiyu emitted would not be affected by any other energy. Ting Ting, where are you? Can you hear my voice? In the depths of his heart, Chiyu called out. There was no response. However, he wasn't discouraged. As his mental strength continued to strengthen, his voice became stronger and stronger. He kept repeating the same words. Through the power of his bloodline, he contacted his lover. Chiyu, I hear you. Finally, his hard work paid off. Under his ceaseless calls, he obtained Wenting's answer from the depths of his heart. Wenting's voice sounded a little strange. It felt very empty. Moreover, her voice was constantly changing. It was obvious that she was affected by the energy waves in this maze. Ting Ting, are you okay? Are Snow Girl and Yi with you? Chiyu asked hurriedly. Wenting said, no, they aren't with me. When they were sucked into this place, they were separated. Chiyu, I feel very uncomfortable now. It's as if there's an invisible force pressing down on my body. I can't move anymore. Come and find me quickly." Shocked, Chiyu said hurriedly, "Ting Ting, listen to me. Don't try to use your energy to resist that pressure. You have to use your mental strength to counteract it. Stay where you are and don't move. I'll come and find you immediately." He knew that Wen Ting's mental strength was far weaker than his. If the pressure was too great, her body would probably be affected. At the same time, he was most worried about Yu Yi. Among the three women, Snow Girl's mental strength was the strongest. Yu Yi was clearly the weakest. How long could she last in the face of this invisible pressure? A dark red light enveloped Chi Yu's body. He once again used his 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes technique. Through the guidance of Xuanyuan's soul, he already understood that if he wanted to pass the test of the Kunlun divine illusion, he would have to rely on the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes technique. Sure enough, the 4 stars domain technique had already been unleashed, and the surrounding pressure immediately lightened. This special domain itself had the ability to resist the strange pressure. Chi Yu was not in a hurry to move. Instead, he used his psychic power to communicate with Wen Ting. He gave up on seeing and felt. Instead, he relied on the bloodline and mental link between Baiji and Wen Ting. He was able to determine Wen Ting's position within the myriad transformation jade pearl domain technique without being affected by the outside world. Chi Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he confirmed Wen Ting's position, he found that Wen Ting was behind a giant jade less than 10 meters away from him. At the same time, what surprised him was that when he arrived at the location of the piece of jade, he did not see Wen Ting. Even when he stretched out his hand to touch it, he could not capture her figure. However, the telepathic link clearly told him that Wen Ting was right in front of him. Under the support of Chi Yu's thundercloud force, the dark red glow expanded to a radius of 3 meters and enveloped the position that he sensed through the telepathic link. This time there was an immediate change, following which a puff of dark green smoke rose. Wen Ting's figure floated and appeared in front of Chi Yu. Under the envelopment of the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes technique, Wen Ting immediately revealed a sense of relief. She floated up and threw herself into Chi Yu's arms, hugging her soft and supple body and feeling the faint fragrance. Chi Yu couldn't help but tighten his arms in satisfaction. "It's all right, Ting Ting. I've already discovered it. Although the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes technique that father-in-law passed down can't restrain this Kunlun divine illusion, it can allow us to move freely. Let's go quickly. I'm afraid that Yu Yi and Snow Girl won't be able to withstand that level of pressure just now." Wen Ting raised her head and looked at Chi Yu with lingering fear. "I panicked when I suddenly lost track of you just now. This maze seems to have no end. No matter how I walked, there was no sign of you." Stroking her dark red long hair, Chi Yu smiled and said, "Silly girl, it's all right now. If my guess is correct, although we can't see or hear each other in this maze, we were transported here at the same time. In fact, we weren't very far from each other because we were transported here at the same time. In order to break the illusion technique, we need the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes technique. As long as it covers an area, the illusion will be broken and we will be able to find the Snow Girl and Yu Yi." Wen Ting nodded and pulled Chi Yu's hand. "Then let's get started. How wide can your energy expand with the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes technique?" Chi Yu thought for a while and said, "Outside it can expand to the left of 1,000 square meters, but in here it can only expand to the left of a diameter of 5 meters, and this range is obviously not enough. That invisible pressure is very strange. It seems to produce a strange wave in the process of constantly changing to attack us. Moreover, the Snow Girl and Yu Yi should be advancing in this maze now. My 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes technique can only cover a certain area, so it won't be easy to find them here." Wen Ting smiled and said, "Isn't that simple? As long as we have a targeted method, we can still solve the problem of energy consumption. Chi-Yu looked at her worriedly and said, "But I'm afraid that your body won't be able to bear it." Wen-Ting leaned on Chi-Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "How can that be? My energy has long been restored. Moreover, only through continuous training can my strength be improved." Chi-Yu smiled and said, "Then let's begin." Wen-Ting reluctantly left Chi-Yu's shoulder. The two stood face to face and could easily hear the sound of each other's breathing. The faint hot air blew on their faces, bringing with it a slightly itchy feeling and a little strange. Their eyes met. Wen-Ting's pretty face blushed a little and she whispered, "Let's begin." It was no wonder that she was so shy. When they were fusing, there couldn't be any barriers. In other words, there couldn't be any clothes. In this case, their bodies were in complete contact, although they weren't really doing it between a man and a woman. But for a girl like Wen-Ting, who was still a virgin, how could she not be shy? The last time they fused, it was a critical moment, and neither of them could care about their own situation. But this time was completely different. They were really standing face to face. How could they not have wild and fanciful thoughts? Wen-Ting thought of it. Chi-Yu naturally also thought of it. With his thick skin, even if he wouldn't be as shy as Wen-Ting, this ruffian had already been through it. However, thinking of Wen-Ting's almost perfect body, he also had a reaction, and it was very direct. What was a tent? Just look at someone's lower body. The word fusion was directly shouted by Chi-Yu as taking off his clothes. He was like a hooligan who was eager for sex. He even omitted the process of taking off his clothes. Fire thundercloud force surged out directly, and in an instant it had become clean and smooth. Fortunately, Wen-Ting stood very close to him and didn't see his erect thing below. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and Wen-Ting quickly removed the restraint on her body. Her body leaned forward and fell into Chi-Yu's arms. With a beauty in his arms, and a naked beauty at that, the steel spear on Chi-Yu's lower body suddenly expanded to the peak and immediately evolved into a small steel cannon. With a slight jump, it stuck to Wen-Ting's warm and smooth lower abdomen. Ah! Wen-Ting let out a soft cry, and her body and mind trembled at the same time. However, at this time, she couldn't leave Chi-Yu's arms. She could only tightly hug his body and concentrate on activating the energy in her body. But in this strange atmosphere, could their fusion be completed? No. Chi-Yu's body suddenly became abnormally hot. Wen-Ting finally stabilized her emotions and gathered her energy. But she didn't find that Chi-Yu should have appeared to activate her energy. Her starry eyes opened slightly, and she was suddenly shocked. A layer of red light appeared on Chi-Yu's skin, especially his eyes, which were filled with an aura of desire. "Ting-Ting, I can't." Chi-Yu's voice was already a little hoarse, and he was forcibly enduring the torment in his heart. An unprecedented desire was constantly rising, stimulating his heart. In the depths of his heart, of course, he knew that this was not a good time to push down the beauty in front of him. But facing the completely naked Wen-Ting, how could he still endure it? Fiery red hair, black and pure eyes, white skin that was like milky white crystal, and a pair of plump breasts on his chest, the perfect and slender waist, and the slender and round thighs. All of these deeply stimulated Chi-Yu's heart, even though his spiritual power was already very strong. But at this time he couldn't control his emotions to activate the energy to complete the fusion. At this time there was only desire in his heart, a true desire, a desire that originated from the love of his life. Wen-Ting's elegant face showed some panic. Her energy was completely prepared, and she felt the scorching heat pressed against her lower abdomen. At the same time, her delicate body also began to heat up, but it wasn't to the extent that Chi-Yu couldn't control it. After all, a normal man's desire was 10 times that of a woman's. Especially after a long time of deep love, how could Chi-Yu not feel anything when they were naked in front of each other? "Chi-Yu! Right now." Chi-Yu wanted to slap himself so that he could close his eyes and not look at Wen-Ting's incomparably elegant face. But he couldn't do it, even his eyelids weren't listening to his commands at this time. You, Ryue, and Ming Ming, have you all ready? Wen Ting's pretty face became even redder, like a fresh and delicious apple, causing Chiyu to have a strong desire to take a bite. This Ryue has, but Ming Ming hasn't. Chiyu said this with difficulty. According to his original personality, he might have tried to smooth things over, but when a man's lower body was extremely hard, then his heart would definitely be at its softest, and his intelligence would definitely be at its lowest. So he couldn't even lie anymore. Chiyu, are you very sad? Wen Ting lowered her head and pressed it against Chiyu's neck, hugging him even tighter. Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "What do you think?" Wen Ting did something that Chiyu didn't expect. She actually lifted one of her slender thighs and coiled it around Chiyu's waist. Before Chiyu could react, her other leg had already coiled around him. Chiyu subconsciously used his hands to hold her perky buttocks, and his brain completely short-circuited. This deeper level of contact had already made him reach the critical point. Then let's truly merge. Wen Ting's voice was very soft. If measured by decibels, it was probably not much louder than the sound of a mosquito flying. But how could Chiyu not hear it? Even the voice of the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven could not compare to this gentle promise. The suppressed remnant fire surged in an instant, with a low roar and Wen Ting's long moan. Chiyu had already lifted her body up and kissed her fragrant lips. At this time, Wen Ting had completely let go of her body and mind and forgotten everything. The feelings in their hearts were constantly sublimated in the most intimate contact. Chiyu's hand had already slightly sunk into Wen Ting's bouncy buttocks, while Wen Ting tightly hugged his neck and clamped her legs around his waist. It was as if an explosion was constantly coming from their lower bodies. At the same time, a fiery red light rose from their bodies. The unsheathed sword had already arrived in front of the target and was gently pushed against it. The lustrous jade dew slowly flowed, moistening the jade box that was about to be inserted into the sword. Even at this time, Chiyu still maintained some sobriety. This was Wen Ting's first time, and he didn't want to hurt his lover. A girl's first time would more or less be a little scared, and it was the same for Wen Ting. No matter how strong she was still a woman. Feeling the scorching heat against her embarrassing part, she subconsciously straightened her waist. However, at this time, Chiyu began to loosen the force on her buttocks. Under the influence of her weight, her waist had already begun to slide downwards. And, with a muffled groan and a strong moan, Chiyu clearly felt that his tip had already entered the smooth jade box. Under the strong stimulation, Wen Ting also raised her head, and her delicate body trembled even more violently. At this time, she straightened her waist and raised her head, just in time to send her plump breasts in front of Chiyu. Chapter 160. The feeling of being electrocuted instantly spread throughout her body. Wen Ting could no longer hold on, and her delicate body fell. She screamed, and the two of them finally broke through the layers of barriers in that instant, completely merging into one. Chiyu had never tried such a position before. After all, he did not have much experience in this aspect. The intense stimulation made his body's sensory nerves even more sensitive. He hugged her perky buttocks tightly. The original chapter was unfolding in this beautiful Kunlun divine fantasy. Time no longer seemed important. Even Chiyu did not know how much time had passed. They had completely fused and no longer needed to be restrained by the four women like the Ink Kirin. As a fire Kirin fox, Wen Ting's physical strength was not as strong as Ryue's in the past. However, after the transformation of the source of nature, her body was no longer inferior to Ryue's. Moreover, she had inherited her mother's bloodline, which was the most seductive among the beasts. Although she was still a virgin, under the influence of her bloodline, her ability in this aspect was above Ryue's. After a short period of pain, under the intense stimulation, not only did Chiyu lose his ability to think, But Wen-Ting also lost her ability to think. The waves kept pushing the top of the waves to the peak. The beauty of the complete fusion finally broke through the final barrier between them. When the peak of bliss arrived, Wen-Ting's scream was accompanied by Chi-Yu's moans of pleasure. The entire Kunlun divine fantasy was shocked. At this moment, a trickle of fresh blood flowed slowly and finally dripped down from Chi-Yu's leg to the ground beneath their feet. Instantly, the Kunlun god realm changed. Everything that was initially real started to turn illusory. And at this moment, that bright red, fresh blood had completely fused into this world of emeralds. This was an illusory emeralds. As for Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting, after they truly fused, their energies also began to fuse naturally. When Wen-Ting gradually lost herself in the intense orgasm, she could only nibble on the muscles on Chi-Yu's shoulders and fall into a trance. Her body disappeared, and only Chi-Yu was left in the entire Kunlun divine illusion. Chi-Yu's body began to change. His muscles, which were already very sturdy, became even more majestic. His black hair turned crimson, and the Kirin diamond on his forehead suddenly shot out a beam of red light, illuminating every inch of his skin. Then the Kirin mirror flew out from his left hand, and the Kirin illusion flew out from his right hand. The three energies gathered towards the Kirin pearl at the same time. An enormous amount of energy instantly spread out, and the four colors of gold, silver, red, and black were replaced by ribbons of light. It enveloped Chi-Yu's body. The fusion of energies had already begun at this moment. His long crimson red hair extended to his back, only stopping when it reached his feet. Suddenly, a reddish gold radiance erupted from the Kirin pearl. It fused Chi-Yu's and Wen-Ting's energies, forming a ball of light that stopped in front of Chi-Yu's chest. After the complete fusion of their bodies, this time, the fusion of their energies became even more perfect. That reddish gold radiance had an additional layer of lustrous light. The radiance was no longer dazzling, but rather gentle. However, this wasn't true gentleness. Instead, it was completely converging their energies during the fusion process, allowing them to better enhance their own energies during the fusion. A sonorous sound rang out. A solid, reddish gold breastplate covered Chi-Yu's sturdy chest muscles. Then the breastplate extended up and down, extending a wide shoulder plate and down, covering Chi-Yu's waist. An enormous amount of energy instantly spread out. The reddish gold radiance flowed to every corner of Chi-Yu's body. An incomparably gorgeous reddish gold armor took shape. Every part of Chi-Yu's body was perfectly covered. An enormous energy aura constantly spread out from his body. On the reddish gold armor, blood-red patterns appeared. This time, the blood-red patterns began to flow. Although the reddish gold armor's radiance dimmed a little, the unfathomable feeling it gave off became even stronger. A pair of reddish gold wings unfurled from Chi-Yu's back. Every single reddish gold feather had a clear pattern. The enormous energy aura spread out in an instant. Then, a layer of dark red light suddenly shone from Chi-Yu's back. That dark red light had already transformed into a pair of dark red wings, appearing below the reddish gold wings. The two pairs of wings matched very well. At this time, the dark red wings expanded a little more than before. They emitted a layer of gentle dark red energy that wrapped around Chi-Yu's body. It seemed like Wen-Ting's father was also excited that his daughter had finally found a home. A layer of reddish gold light appeared in front of Chi-Yu, covering his not-so-handsome face. The Xianyuan sword automatically emerged from between his eyebrows. The sun, moon, and stars on one side of the sword suddenly flew out, bringing with it layers of light and shadows. They integrated into the newly appeared reddish gold armor. Instantly, the blood-red patterns on the reddish gold armor flowed even faster. On the smooth surface of the armor, the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars appeared. In an instant, the Xianyuan sword was also covered with a layer of reddish gold light. It matched Chiyu's body so well. Once again, he deeply experienced the feeling of being filled with power, especially after he had completely vented his inner desires. He felt like he was floating above the clouds. That feeling of floating in the air was something that Chiyu would never exchange, even if he was given to an immortal. He slowly opened his eyes. His seemingly tangible gaze brought 2 bolts of reddish-gold electric light to the space. Wherever his gaze landed, it seemed like he could see through everything. However, Chiyu, who had just obtained great power, was immediately stunned. That was because he suddenly realized that the second stage of the Kunlun divine fantasy, which had put him in a little bit of danger, had actually disappeared. What appeared before him was a huge hall. The hall was about 100 meters long, 50 meters tall, and 80 meters wide. There were 16 jadeite pillars on both sides of the hall. The arc-shaped dome was filled with the essence of heaven and earth. At the front of the hall, there was a semicircular platform that was about 3 meters tall. A strange ancient tree grew on the platform. There were no fruits on this ancient tree. Instead, there were many mirrors that looked exactly the same. Those mirrors looked extremely simple and unadorned. Around the circular mirror was a circle of strange symbols. There was nothing strange about the entire body of the mirror. It looked as though it was forged from ancient bronze. The smooth surface of the mirror reflected the gentle light emitted from the hall, causing the strange tree to look like a tree of money and treasures. Are these the Kunlun mirrors? But why are there so many Kunlun mirrors? Where's the Kunlun divine fantasy just now? Could it be that my luck exploded and the Kunlun divine fantasy completely disappeared the moment I fused with it? My luck is actually this good. Chiyu's eyes flickered with a hint of a smile. However, he was not in a hurry to get the Kunlun mirrors. Instead, he was looking for the other 2 girls. When his gaze swept across the floor of the hall, he immediately discovered Yu Yi and Snow Girl. Yu Yi was prostrating on the ground. It was obvious that she had already fainted. She was just 20 meters in front of him on the left. As for Snow Girl, she was sitting on the ground 15 meters in front of him on the right. She was looking at him with a blurry gaze. From her gaze, Chi-Yu could clearly see a peach heart shining. With a flash, Chi-Yu was sent to Snow Girl's side at a speed that was almost equivalent to teleportation. Snow Girl, are you all right? After all, there was a difference between a close and distant relationship. In Chi-Yu's heart, Snow Girl's position was far more important than Yu Ye's. As he spoke, he had already helped the Snow Lady to her feet under the effect of his surging energy. Under the effect of his surging energy, he immediately felt Snow Girl's current state. Other than a slight mental weakness, she did not suffer any injuries. Snow Girl looked at Chi-Yu in a daze. "Daddy, you're so handsome. You're simply too handsome and cool. There's no comparison." Indeed, Chi-Yu's appearance had been completely concealed by the crimson gold solar moon armor. This was a unique armor that was blessed by the heavens. It raised his aura to a peak. From his appearance, he was definitely the dream lover of every young girl. For Snow Girl, who was inexperienced, the stimulation was definitely huge. This was the first time she had seen the stellar crimson golden armor. How could she not be shocked? Snow Girl's reaction was still very fast. Once she realized that something was wrong, her sensitive spiritual sense detected that the strange energy here could only be resisted by her own mental strength. Thus, she was able to maintain her body from being injured by the energy attacks. Just as she was anxiously looking for Chi-Yu and the others, the surrounding illusions suddenly disappeared like water ripples. She happened to see the scene where Chi-Yu's eyes shot out the crimson golden light. She was very familiar with the aura on Chi-Yu's body and immediately recognized it. This person who was like a god descending to the mortal world was actually that father of hers. Girl, why are you saying this? It's good that you're fine. It seems like we've passed the second stage, Chi-Yu said a little awkwardly. As he spoke, he had already let go of Snow Girl and came to Yu Ye's side. He transferred the Xianyuan sword to his left hand and placed his right hand on Ye's forehead. He gently sent his mental strength into her body to check on her condition. Yi had already suffered a certain amount of damage. If not for the fact that Qiyu had used the energy of the source of nature to improve her body, she would probably have been destroyed by that strange energy. Fortunately, the Kunlun divine illusion was broken in time, and she was able to avoid the misfortune of death. Qiyu only relaxed when he saw that Yi was fine. He carefully transferred his own energy into her body. With the help of the stellar crimson golden armor and the huge amount of energy after the fusion, he easily helped Yi open up her 8 extraordinary meridians. Under the circumstance that the energy was converted into Kirin's marrow-washing and tendon-changing technique, not only did her injuries heal, but her abilities also improved greatly. "Daddy, where's Mommy?" When Qiyu let out a long sigh and withdrew his large hand from Ye's forehead, Snow Girl hurriedly came over and asked. Qiyu smiled and patted his chest. "Your mommy is with me. You'll know later. Yi needs to rest for a period of time so that her body can recover as best as possible." As he spoke, he had already sent Yi back into his Kirin Pearl. His gaze once again landed on the strange tree in the hall. Qiyu's heart tensed up again. There was still one last stage. Could this strange tree in front of him be the last stage? Since he was already here, he naturally had no reason to hesitate. He instructed Snow Girl to wait where she was, and immediately strode towards the end of the hall. Just as Qiyu was about 30 meters away from the end of the hall, all the bronze mirrors on the strange tree lit up. Qiyu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. He placed his left hand in front of his chest, and a reddish-gold shield suddenly appeared. It was a giant round shield with a diameter of 1.5 meters, and it almost completely protected Qiyu's body within it. The smooth surface of the shield shone with a bright luster, and countless patterns of Kirin moved rhythmically within it, as if they were alive. After the fusion, the cosmic crimson gold armor was not only the fusion of Qiyu and Wenting's energy, but also the fusion of all his Kirin's octatic treasures. After the fusion, the original Kirin's octatic treasures would be summoned through the cosmic crimson gold armor, and the strength of the armor would be raised to a whole new level, just like Qiyu's origin mutation. Although the bronze mirrors on the strange tree shone brightly, they did not attack Qiyu. With a flash of light, all the light beams shot out from the bronze mirrors gathered together and shone on the same spot 5 meters in front of Qiyu. Immediately, the intense light began to change. From the initial light green color, it gradually turned into an amber color, and then from amber to crystal green. The clear green light was even more lustrous than the jadeite. As the light flickered, a light beam shot up into the sky. Heaven's will. Perhaps this is heaven's will. Young man, welcome to the Kunlun illusion. An old voice sounded, and a figure gradually appeared from the green light beam that shot up into the sky. It was an old man with a medium build. His hair and beard were all white, and the wrinkles on his face showed that he had experienced a long time. Faint energy aura was constantly emitted from his body. Just like what Qiyu and the rest had encountered, the aura was ever-changing, and it felt very special. A simple green robe covered his entire body. Although he looked very old, he had a pair of special eyes. They were a pair of jade green eyes. From his eyes, Qiyu saw a depth that he had never seen before. Just by looking at him, it was as if he could see countless scenes flashing before his eyes. "Are you the mirror spirit of Kunlun mirrors?" Qiyu probed. The old man smiled indifferently, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. "You can say that. However, I prefer you to call me Mirror Immortal." Qiyu nodded his head and said, "Hello, Mirror Immortal Senior. I wonder if we have passed the test of the Kunlun illusion?" The old man looked at the Xianyuan sword in Qiyu's hand and said, "You have passed the most difficult test. To be able to become the owner of the Xianyuan sword, You must be the strongest existence among the humans. I have lived on the Vermilion Tree for a long time. You are the first human to find this place, and you have passed the first 2 tests. Although I didn't get to see how great your courage and wisdom were, you made me deeply understand the meaning of the word luck. From you, I not only feel the aura of a human, but also the aura of a human. Can you explain it to me? Chiyu nodded his head and said, "Of course I can. To put it simply, I am a human who has inherited Kirin's bloodline. I do not belong to this era, and I was sent here by chance. I needed to borrow the power of the Kunlun mirrors to return to my original world, so I came here." The old man looked deeply at Chiyu and said, "Young man, perhaps you do not know how lucky you are. In the second test of the Kunlun illusion, the original illusion would not only exhaust your strength, but 3 Kunlun divine guardian beasts would also appear to stop you from advancing. However, you used a special method to break through the entire Kunlun divine illusion. You have passed the difficult test. That is why I said that you made me understand the meaning of the word luck." Chiyu scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Actually, I do not know how I passed the test. Originally, I planned to use a special domain to find my friends after increasing my strength, and then use this domain's characteristic of not being affected by the illusion to find a way out of the maze. However, I had just increased my strength, and the illusion had already been broken." The mirror immortal smiled and said, "From a certain point of view, the Kunlun illusion is the most mysterious illusion in this world. If you want to walk out of the illusion, you can only rely on absolute strength and extremely high intelligence. However, if you use the Xianyuan sword to measure this kind of strength, at the very least, you need to have the strength to use the 5th sword of the Xianyuan sword. However, your strength is far from reaching that level. Furthermore, the Kunlun mirrors can only be used by humans, so it is almost impossible to obtain the Kunlun mirrors. As for the element of luck, it is extremely important. Everything is balanced, just like how even the powerful Xianyuan sword can be resisted by the Pango axe. Although the Kunlun illusion is special, it has a flaw. It is a warning left by the gods. It shows that the owner of the Kunlun mirrors should be a human girl, and the virgin blood of a human girl is the key to breaking this illusion. You have actually met this condition by accident. Therefore, the Kunlun illusion has disappeared, and you can walk into this Kunlun divine palace. Ah, that works." After listening to the mirror immortal's words, Chiyu couldn't help but feel like crying and laughing. The powerful Kunlun illusion was actually broken by the virgin blood that appeared when he and when Ting truly merged. Was breaking the virginity the same as breaking the illusion? To think that the gods in the mirror immortal could think of such a thing. The mirror immortal said, "That is the truth. I also didn't expect that as the first human to enter the Kunlun illusion, you would have such good luck." Chiyu said, "All right, let's not talk about other things, Senior. I want to know how to obtain the Kunlun mirrors. They are too important to me." The mirror immortal smiled indifferently and said, "Whether they are important to you or not has nothing to do with me. Since you have come here, you must pass the 3rd test, and the 3rd test is luck. Come with me." As he said that, he slowly walked towards the end of the hall under the cover of the dark green light. Chiyu heard that the mirror immortal was referring to him and quickly called Snow Girl over. Since he had already seen the soul of the Kunlun mirrors, he didn't need to scheme. If he wanted to hurt him, he didn't need to scheme. Under the guidance of the mirror immortal, Chiyu and Snow Girl came to the end of the hall. As they got closer, they could see the strange tree called Li Zhu more clearly. There were no branches or leaves on the tree, but on the trunk there were many things that looked like eyes. The mirror immortal said, "Li Zhu is the divine tree that protects the Kunlun mountains. It has the brightest eyes, and through it I can see everything that happens in the Kunlun mountains. Young man, your performance is very good. Even such a powerful existence can be subdued by you using a special method. At that time, I have already recognized your luck and wisdom, but your ability is still lacking. You should have guessed that the Li Zhu tree is the Kunlun mirrors. In front of you, there are a total of 81 Kunlun mirrors. However, among these 81 Kunlun mirrors, only one is real. After passing the first 2 tests, you have the right to choose one of them. Whether you can get the Kunlun mirrors or not, it depends on your luck. Ah, how can this be? Qi Yu looked at the mirror immortal, dumbfounded. He would rather face the test of the soul of the Xianyuan sword like he did when he first got the Xianyuan sword. He absolutely did not want to rely on pure luck like this. One had to know that here he only had a 1 in 81 chance. Even with the addition of the 3 women, there was only a 4 in 81 chance, which was less than 5%. Under such circumstances, how could he get the real Kunlun mirrors? Senior, do I really have to choose this way for the last test? Qi Yu frowned. The mirror immortal said faintly, no artifact can be easily obtained. You have to make a choice. Of course, you can also choose to give up, and I can also send you out. However, you will also never have the chance to get the Kunlun mirrors. Qi Yu still did not give up and asked, if I choose wrong after I leave here, can I come back and try the first 2 tests again? The mirror immortal said, you can't. If you come back again, you will face a restriction that is 10 times more difficult. It is an energy that can kill you at any time. Of course, that was originally prepared for the giant beast. In order to prevent the giant beast from entering here and trying to get the Kunlun mirrors, when the kami left this relic, he set up a restriction with god-level energy. How can it be easily passed? Unless you think that you have the power of the kami. In other words, you can only try if you think that you can use the power of the 6th sword of Xianyuan or above. However, that level of illusion is no longer something that can be solved by pure strength. Qi Yu looked at the mirror immortal, and then looked at the 91 Kunlun mirrors in front of him. For a moment, he could not help but hesitate. The chance was really slim. According to the mirror immortal, this was also his only chance. If he missed it, he would never be able to return to his own world. In the face of such a situation, how could he not be nervous? Dad, let me try first, Snow Girl volunteered and walked in front of Qi Yu. With a light leap, she was already on the platform. Qi Yu did not move. He just nodded gently. It was good to let Snow Girl try. At least it could be tested. As long as one of the 4 of them had not tried, there was still a chance. Snow Girl looked at the Li Zhu tree in front of her, and her eyes swept over all the 81 Kunlun mirrors. She originally wanted to use her spiritual sense to explore the energy fluctuations on these mirrors before making a choice. However, when her spiritual sense was just released, she was immediately disappointed. This was because the 81 Kunlun mirrors in front of her were no different at all. That was not something that could be detected by spiritual sense. Snow Girl looked at Qi Yu with some hesitation. Qi Yu gave her a firm look. Choose, regardless of success or failure. Dad will not blame you. Snow Girl nodded. Just as she was about to choose one at random, the mirror immortal suddenly said, Wait a minute. Snow Girl quickly retracted her hand and looked at the mirror immortal doubtfully. The mirror immortal said, Well, I will give you another chance. Young man, if you can take advantage of this opportunity, I can make the choice a little easier. Cancel 30 Kunlun mirrors and increase the probability of your choice. Qi Yu was happy in his heart, but on the surface he said calmly, Is this the test you added? Reducing 30 mirrors is too little. Can you reduce it a little more, for example, by 70 or 80? The mirror immortal said angrily, I decided to help you because of your courage and wisdom. If you don't want to, then start choosing now. Qi Yu hurriedly said, Don't, Senior, don't be angry. It's my fault, I was too greedy. 30 mirrors, then. Increasing the probability by a small half was also good. At least it was much easier than facing 81 mirrors. The mirror immortal looked at Qi Yu, and a cunning light flashed in his eyes. He said, This test can be considered difficult for you, but it can also be very simple. It depends on how you face it. As he spoke, the mirror immortal waved his hands and formed a special symbol in front of him. A dark green light shot from his body into the distance, and another dark green pillar of light lit up. In the light, a figure gradually became clear. Chi Yu was stunned to find that the figure created by the mirror immortal was actually himself. Yes, that was another Chi Yu, except that his body was dark green. Whether it was the solar, lunisolar golden armor, or the 2 pairs of wings on his back, they were exactly the same as Chi Yu. Even the aura they emitted was the same. "Senior, what do you mean?" Chi Yu asked, puzzled. The mirror immortal smiled indifferently and said, "It's very simple. I want you to face yourself. Challenge yourself. Compared to the 3 guardian beasts in the divine illusion of Kunlun, it's much easier to challenge yourself. This is also the best choice I can give you within my capabilities. If you win, then you will have 30 fewer Kunlun mirrors. If you lose, then you will lose the opportunity to choose." Challenge myself? Looking at the dark green body in front of him that was exactly the same as him, Chi Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. "Senior, how about we discuss this?" The mirror immortal was stunned. "Discuss what?" Chi Yu chuckled and said, "If, and I'm saying if, I can challenge 3 of myself at the same time. I can challenge 3 of myself at the same time. Can you reduce the number of Kunlun mirrors to 1? In other words, we can have this divine artifact." The mirror immortal was shocked. "You want to challenge 3 of yourself? Young man, you have to be clear. Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you have the Xianyuan sword. Your own strength has been directly copied by me. Even the Xianyuan sword is the same. Although this duplication can only be used on yourself, you will undoubtedly face a copy of yourself that is exactly the same as you." Chi Yu smiled and said, "What if I insist on facing 3 of myself? Can you agree to my suggestion just now?" The mirror immortal frowned and said, "Are you choosing suicide? That's impossible. No one can fight against more than one of themselves. If you can really succeed, then your wisdom is enough to become the owner of the Kunlun mirrors. I can agree to it." Chi Yu smiled. "All right, then I'll have to thank Senior." He lightly patted the armor on his chest and looked at Snow Girl. He smiled confidently and said, "Wife, daughter, we can go home now." Chapter 161. Chi Yu shook his head and said, "Elder, you don't have to say anything more. Let's begin. 1 against 3. The immortal in the mirror looked at Chi Yu's determined expression and did not say anything else. Her face darkened and she once again emitted 2 green rays of light. 2 more Chi Yus appeared on either side of the jade green figure from before. Without needing any control, they had already raised the Xianyuan sword in their hands at the same time. Suddenly, 3 incomparably sharp energy auras enveloped Chi Yu. "Mirror, you idiot, you've been tricked." The Xianyuan sword in Chi Yu's hand trembled slightly. A golden figure appeared out of thin air next to the immortal in the mirror. The Xianyuan sword in Chi Yu's hand also returned to his body at this moment. At the same time, Chi Yu's body instantly moved. He took a few steps back and energy surged from all over his body. His body flashed rapidly, causing the energy auras of the 3 Xianyuan swords to be unable to lock onto his body. Chi Yu did not attack, nor did he defend himself. When the 3 of him raised their swords at the same time, his eyes had already turned silver. At this moment, the 3 Chi Yus also reacted. The one on the left looked exactly like Chi Yu's. His eyes also turned silver. The one in the middle released a dark red ray of light that instantly expanded. This was Chi Yu's infinite changes Xuanji realm technique. The one on the right, under the effect of the crimson golden armor of sun, moon, and stars, he had already assumed the starting position of the first sword of the Xianyuan 8 swords, the one with heaven. However, facing 3 of his most powerful abilities, Chi Yu did not panic at all. Even the smile on his face did not change in the slightest. In the next moment, something strange happened and the battle was over. Qi-Yu's body was shrouded in a silver cage. But the attacks of the other two Qi-Yus, who had executed the 4 stars domain technique and Xuanyuan's 8 swords, oneness of heaven and man, disappeared the same time. An even larger silver light shield enveloped the 3 Qi-Yu completely. Meanwhile, the silver light surrounding Qi-Yu's body was rapidly disappearing. Ah, how is this possible? The immortal in the mirror stared at the scene in front of her, dumbfounded. The golden figure that appeared next to him was a handsome young man in his 20s. With a smirk on his face, he patted the immortal in the mirror's shoulder and said, "Nothing is impossible. That idiot Huang Emperor also lost like this. You didn't lose unjustly. After all, even I recognized him as my master." Qi-Yu's absolute confidence came from his own strength. The immortal in the mirror had made the same mistake as Emperor Huang. They had neglected some of the special characteristics that existed in this world, and Qi-Yu had used these special characteristics to achieve his goal. Silver Dragon Shield. Silver Dragon Shield again. Yes, the 3 Qi-Yus that the immortal in the mirror had cloned had the same abilities as Qi-Yu himself. They could also use the abilities of the Starry Sky, Crimson Golden Armor after the fusion. However, this didn't mean everything. This was because they had a fatal weakness. Like Emperor Huang, they were all energy bodies that had been cloned, just like Qi-Yu. In the face of the energy immunity Silver Dragon Shield, the 3 Qi-Yus, who possessed enormous energy, still couldn't escape the same fate as Emperor Huang. In an instant, although Qi-Yu was also enveloped by the Silver Dragon Shield, his Silver Dragon Shield also enveloped the 3 Qi-Yu, S3 Qi-Yus, forcibly dispelling the attacks of the infinite change of the 4 stars realm technique and the Xuanyuan 8 laws oneness of heaven and man. Of course, this was also because the Xuanyuan sword didn't really exist, and the infinite change of the 4 stars realm technique was also a manifestation of energy cloning. Therefore, Qi-Yu had succeeded. Under the restrictions of the Silver Dragon Shield, the absolute immunity to energy attacks was fully displayed. When he had first obtained the Silver Dragon Shield, Qi-Yu hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, his physical strength wasn't very strong compared to that of the ancient giant beasts, so the Silver Dragon Shield had been of little value to him. However, when he had faced the relics left behind by the gods, the Silver Dragon Shield had played a crucial role and helped him get through twice. After all, the relics left behind by the gods could only be the form of energy. Silver Dragon Shield, I love you. With a cheer, Qi-Yu jumped up from the ground, and the feeling of excitement filled every cell in his body. He knew that he could finally go home. The immortal in the mirror still couldn't believe the reality that had just appeared in front of him, but Xuanyuan's soul was very pleased with himself. The smirk on his face was actually somewhat similar to Qi-Yu's. After all, the immortal in the mirror had lived for a long time, and after a short period of shock, he finally returned to normal. Forget it. Perhaps this really is the will of the heavens. Since this is the will of the heavens, how can I change it by force? With a wave of his hand, all the Kunlun mirrors on the vermilion tree disappeared. He looked at Xuanyuan's soul beside him and said hatefully, "You're good, Xuanyuan. You knew that this kid has such a special ability, but you didn't warn me. Have you forgotten the reason why we're still in this world? Letting a human get 2 divine weapons at the same time will definitely destroy the balance. Be careful of being sent by the heavens." Xuanyuan snorted and said, "So what if I don't tell you? Are you going to lick me?" "You. I did lose, but don't be happy too early. If the heavens find out that there is an imbalance in this world, you will definitely not have a good time." Xuanyuan coldly snorted and said, "Am I afraid? Don't forget, after we were created, some things were already beyond the control of the gods. Even the Eastern Emperor Bel cannot pose a threat to me. I have nothing to fear. Even if the gods came in person, they might not be able to do anything to me. Now that I have recognized my master, I naturally have to help my user. What's more is obtaining 2 divine weapons breaking the balance. There are a total of 10 divine weapons. At most, the heavens will arrange for another guy to get 2 to balance him. Hearing Xuanyuan's words, the immortal in the mirror was flustered and exasperated. He sighed deeply and said, "Forget it, the will of the heavens, it's all the will of the heavens." Xianyuan Han chuckled. He said, "Isn't this your fault for thinking yourself clever? Originally, it was impossible for you to be chosen. You thought you were smart and wanted Chiyu to believe that the Kunlun mirrors were in Lishu too, so you came up with this additional test. However, who knew that he had played himself into it? If it was just Chiyu, you would still be the winner. Unfortunately, there are only 4 of them here. After you make the 80 Kunlun mirrors disappear, they will eventually find out where the problem lies. So, in the end, you still lost." Chiyu was no fool. From the conversation between Xuanyuan's soul and the immortal in the mirror, he already had some clues. What? Are the Kunlun mirrors all fake? The immortal in the mirror had an ugly expression on her face, but she didn't say anything. Xuanyuan's soul snorted in disdain. "Do you think divine artifacts are that easy to obtain? If I hadn't chosen you because I was lonely, you wouldn't have been able to become my master. In this Kunlun divine illusion, everything is an illusion as a test." The words of this guy in the mirror, there were simply not many words that could be trusted. The real difficulty was this last stage. According to the habitual thinking of humans, they would definitely think that the Kunlun mirrors were on the Liju tree. However, the real Kunlun mirrors have already appeared in front of you. Chi Yu's gaze fell on the immortal in the mirror, and he said hatefully, "Despicable, this is simply too despicable. What a good immortal in the mirror." The immortal in the mirror said proudly, "This is the arrangement of the heavens. What does it have to do with me? I am merely carrying out the will of the heavens. If you are not convinced, you can leave this place." Chi Yu's expression changed, and he said with a face full of smiles, "How could that be? Since I have already won, of course I have to ask you to come out of the mountain. With you, I can have the ability to return to my own world. Brother immortal in the mirror, I will reluctantly let you follow me from now on." The immortal in the mirror, was different from Xuanyuan's soul. Xuanyuan's soul was the most active among the souls of the 10 great divine artifacts. This was also the reason why he still chose Chiyu in the end, even though he had not truly passed the test. But the immortal in the mirror was the exact opposite. He was the most quiet among the 10 great divine artifacts. Therefore, if he wanted to pass the test of the Kunlun divine illusion, it would probably be even more difficult than the test of the Xianyuan sword. This was because the immortal in the mirror truly did not want to leave this Kunlun illusory realm. However, in front of Chi Yu's powerful luck, he still had no other choice. Xuanyuan's soul chuckled and said, "Mirror, don't be depressed. Don't you want to go to another era to take a look? I'm afraid you have already forgotten how many years it has been since you went to another era. All right, change back to your own appearance. This old appearance is really annoying." The immortal in the mirror glared fiercely at the Xianyuan sword and said coldly, "Xianyuan, you wait for me. One day I will take my revenge." As he spoke, he turned on the spot and instantly changed his appearance. The original old appearance was gone, and the green robe had also turned into a green dress. The person who appeared in front of Chiyu was actually a beauty who looked to be around 20 years old. Compared to Wen Ting's stunning beauty, she was slightly inferior. However, her deep and clear eyes were incomparable to any other woman. Her jade-like green hair hung down her back, and a faint cold aura floated out. With a shake of her shoulder, she shook off Xuanyuan's hand. Xuanyuan's soul laughed and said, "You want to take revenge on me? That's good. I will be waiting for you at any time. Chiyu, are you still not going to make your move? As long as you kiss her forehead, she will be yours from now on." Chiyu stared blankly at the immortal in the mirror who had suddenly changed in front of him. Of course, kissing a beauty was a wonderful thing, but the immortal in the mirror's old appearance still appeared in his mind. Suddenly, Chiyu's heart moved, and he said, "Immortal in the mirror, I will call you mirror from now on. I have a question to ask you. Is it true that only humans can be your masters?" The immortal in the mirror snorted coldly and said, "What? Do you want to use an ancient giant beast to control me? As the proudest of the artifacts, Kunlun mirrors, I will never allow such a situation to happen." Chiyu laughed and said, "Of course not. I was just thinking, if I kissed a noble lady like you, wouldn't it be blasphemy? So, what I want to ask you is, if you have to choose between me and Snow Girl, who will you choose? Snow Girl is the Emperor's heart, snow lotus of my time, the purest plant, after thousands of years of cultivation." The immortal in the mirror looked at Snow Girl with some doubt. Plant? Emperor's heart snow lotus? Her aura is indeed very pure, enough to be worthy of me. Do you still need to ask? I will naturally choose a girl. You and Xian Yuan are simply jackals of the same lair, who would be willing to recognize you as their master. Snow Girl looked at Chiyu blankly and said, "Father, how can you do this? You worked so hard to find Kunlun mirrors. Moreover, I don't have enough energy to control Kunlun mirrors." Without waiting for Chiyu to speak, the immortal in the mirror rushed to say, "Why not? I just said, I am only willing to be a girl's guardian. Recognize her as my master. As for the problem of energy, it is easy to solve. As the immortal in the mirror of Kunlun mirrors, I can responsibly tell you that the use of Kunlun mirrors is different from other artifacts. It does not need too much energy, but relies on spiritual power. Moreover, although the Kunlun mirror wasn't ranked high among the divine artifacts, it had a special ability that no other divine artifacts possessed. That is, it can be used by transferring energy." Snow Girl was stunned and said, "Transfer energy to use? Are you saying that I can activate the Kunlun mirror through other people's energy transmission?" The immortal in the mirror nodded and said, "That is what I mean. As long as I guide it, everything will not be a problem, and you will become the leader. As for the various magical uses of Kunlun mirrors, I will tell you about them in the future. Come on." As she spoke, she had already floated in front of Snow Girl. Snow Girl looked at Chiyu with a pleading look and said hesitantly, "Dad, how can I do this? I can't take it." Chiyu said with a smile, "Didn't the immortal in the mirror already explain it very clearly? I have the help of Brother Xian Yuan. That is enough for me. Insatiable greed does not necessarily have a good end. Accept it. You are my good daughter if you have Kunlun mirrors. Isn't it the same as if I have them?" Looking at Chiyu, the rims of the Snow Lady's eyes reddened. She knew that Chiyu was doing this out of concern for her. After all, it was very likely that her enemy was the Dark Parliament, a powerful underground organization that had run amok in Europe for thousands of years. Its strength was hard to predict. If he wanted to rescue his biological father and take revenge, then he would need a strong backing. At this time, Chiyu gave her the Kunlun mirrors, obviously for this purpose. "Silly girl, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't hesitate." Without waiting for Snow Girl to agree, the immortal in the mirror had already moved forward. Her hands wrapped around Snow Girl's waist, and then, under the stunned gaze of Chiyu, she actually kissed Snow Girl's fragrant lips. Snow Girl instantly widened her eyes, and the warmth on her lips made her extremely uncomfortable. This was her first kiss. Just as she was in a daze, a green brilliance had been released from the body of the immortal in the mirror. Like a huge cocoon, it completely enveloped her and Snow Girl's bodies. The green light began to rotate rapidly, and the surrounding energy suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Chiyu suddenly had a feeling that he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He faintly felt that the reason why the immortal in the mirror was unwilling to recognize him as its master was to a large extent because it was unwilling to kiss him. It seemed that the fusion of divine weapons was indeed special. The Xian Yuan sword was considered normal, and it could be done by dripping blood, but the Kunlun mirrors actually required him to kiss the immortal in the mirror. It was really a bit funny. Xuan Yuan's soul came to Chiyu's side and said, "Boy, you finally got the Kunlun mirrors. Since you called me Brother Xian Yuan just now, I will give you a few pointers. When you leave, don't forget to take that piece of cold jade with you. It is not only the best auxiliary tool for cultivation, but also the most effective treasure for condensing spiritual power. It can solidify your spiritual power in the extreme cold. Qi Yu was stunned. The handsome face of Xuanyuan's soul no longer looked as cold as before, and there was even a bit of warmth in his eyes. With a flash of golden light, Xuanyuan's body disappeared into thin air and returned to Qi Yu's body. Everything was finally over. Looking at the dark green light in front of him, Qi Yu could not help but feel happy. He did not remove the lunisolar golden armor. Past experience told him that before he was truly safe, he had to maintain the highest level of vigilance. He sat down cross-legged, his heart connected with Wen-Ting. Ting-Ting, we finally succeeded. We can go home. Yes, we can finally go home. But, Qi Yu, I don't understand why you don't want the Kunlun mirrors. If you had this second divine weapon, I think it would be of great help to you. Ming, you relied on your own strength to pass the test of the Kunlun mirrors. That immortal in the mirror obviously cheated and chose the snow girl. Wen-Ting's voice was full of excitement, although she had said that she did not really want to go back. But, in the depths of her heart, who would not want to return to their own world? Qi smiled and said, "Of course I have my own considerations. I have already talked to the snow girl. These divine weapons are extremely powerful. Let alone two, I don't know how long it would take me to fully master the Xianyuan sword. Obtaining one more Kunlun mirrors, other than giving me the ability to travel through time, will not help me much. It would be better to focus all my energy on cultivating my Kirin ascending cloud technique and how to use the Xianyuan sword. Moreover, you heard it just now, if one person has two divine weapons at the same time, it can be said that, to a certain extent, it has already affected the balance of the entire world. We came to this era of ancient beasts, which is an anomaly. I do not want any more variables to appear. When it is time to let go, choose to let go." Wen-Ting was silent for a while, then said, "Qi Yu, you have really grown up. Being able to consider so many things, the current you is worthy of being called the king of the Zodiac." Qi Yu smiled and said, "I hope you say that the current me is not your dear husband." The fusion of Snow Girl and the Kunlun mirrors did not take too long. At least, it was much shorter than what Qi Yu had imagined. When all the green light gradually deepened and the volume gradually decreased, Snow Girl's delicate body was already faintly discernible in the green light. Perhaps it was because the energy was too huge at this time. Her delicate body was completely naked. Feeling that the changes in the surrounding energy were no longer a threat, Qi Yu released the fusion with Wen-Ting in advance. After the experience of being alone with Snow Girl last time, the current him was somewhat vigilant. Leaving Wen-Ting in front of Snow Girl, he turned his back and sat on the ground to cultivate. Not long after, the entire hall suddenly dimmed. Everything in the surroundings began to lose its illusory color. Everything seemed to have become solid, and all the energy also disappeared in an instant. "Mom." Snow Girl's voice made Qi Yu feel refreshed. He knew that the Kunlun mirrors had recognized him as their master. Not long after, Wen-Ting said, "You can turn around now." Qi Yu floated up and turned to look at the two women. Snow Girl had already put on Wen-Ting's pink dress. She looked a little more charming than before. Her skin seemed to have become more crystal clear, and her chest seemed to have swelled a lot more than before. Wen-Ting giggled and said, "This mirror fairy is too mischievous. She actually turned the Kunlun mirrors into that." Qi Yu asked curiously, "What did it look like?" The snow lady blushed. She lowered her head and murmured, "The mirror celestial." The mirror celestial said that after fusing with me, it would be best if it could become something that I would use frequently. Only then would we be more compatible. Then, after she searched my memory, she became that. As she spoke, her eyes had already fallen on her chest. Qi Yu stared blankly at Snow Girl. "This is it a bra?" Wen Ting couldn't hold it in any longer. She burst out laughing, and her body trembled. She hugged Snow Girl's shoulder and leaned on Wen Ting's shoulder shyly. She didn't dare to look at Chi-Yu. He shook his head helplessly and said, "This fairy in the mirror definitely doesn't know what a bra is. But since it's already like this, then so be it. Let's get out of here first. Darling wife, darling daughter, we are finally going home." When the immortal in the mirror in Snow Girl's body enveloped the three of them with a circle of jade-green light, they had already arrived at the green door that led to the first stage of the Kunlun divine fantasy. The Kunlun mirage would never disappear. When the Kunlun mirrors lost their master, they would return to this place and be sealed again, waiting for the next master to arrive under the arrangement of the heavens. Although it had only been less than a day, but Chi-Yu and the other two felt as though they had been reincarnated. Chi-Yu took a deep look at the jade green door behind him and muttered to himself, "What an exciting day! Luckily, we still made it out alive." One day? Did you really think that only one day had passed? One day in the Kunlun divine fantasy is equivalent to 49 days in the outside world. This is the unique property of the Kunlun mirrors. The fairy in the mirror's cold voice came out from Snow Girl's body, causing Chi-Yu and the other two to be shocked. "It's already been 49 days? That's so long." Chi-Yu was a little surprised. Ever since he came to this era, he had always felt a sense of oppression towards the unknown. Now that he had finally obtained the Kunlun mirrors, the oppression had completely turned into excitement. So what if it was one day? So what if it was 49 days? As long as they could return, that was enough. Perhaps it was because of the excitement that made his brain active. At this moment, he already had a plan in his heart. Chi-Yu's gaze fell on the huge piece of cold jade, and he walked over with some malicious intent. "This thing is not bad. It's mine." From where they stood, the cold jade was not far from them. Below the cold jade was a bottomless abyss. Above them was the lake formed by the frozen spring. "Bastard, no way. You are not allowed to take away the cold jade. This belongs to my Kunlun illusory realm. Without it, this place will be destroyed. The frozen ice spring is the natural barrier of the Kunlun divine illusion." Chi-Yu smiled strangely and said, "Is that really the case?" Taking away the cold jade at the mouth of the frozen spring would only lower its temperature. At the same time, it would also make it harder to break through the frozen spring. After 10,000 years, the frost jade will reform and increase in size. Why can't I take this kind of regenerative treasure? From Xuanyuan's soul, Chi-Yu had long obtained the characteristics of the frozen spring. "You." The immortal in the mirror was obviously angry. An aquamarine light shone from Snow Girl's body. A huge energy light shrouded in the direction of Chi-Yu in an instant. The aquamarine light shone and looked like a jade mirror. The mirror shone and looked extremely dazzling. The golden light floated out and Xuanyuan's soul's lazy voice sounded. "After so many years, you are still so petty. Isn't it just a piece of jade? It's not even Nuwas God Stone. Why are you so nervous?" The immortal in the mirror glared at Xuanyuan's soul. Under the sharp aura of Xuanyuan's soul, her energy could not hurt Chi-Yu at all. This was the difference between divine artifacts. The Kunlun mirrors were not offensive divine artifacts. Moreover, the Xianyuan sword was the most powerful offensive divine artifact. In a direct confrontation, she had no chance at all. Without waiting for the immortal in the mirror to get angry, Xuanyuan's soul smiled and said, "Well, take this cold jade away. It will be good for your new master. You also know that it is the best treasure to condense spiritual power. Don't you want your master to become stronger? How about this? I will purify it and make it into some cold jade essence. The best one will be given to your master. What do you think?" The Kunlun mirror's expression changed and said, "Really?" Xuanyuan's soul said proudly, "Have I ever gone back on my words?" The immortal in the mirror glared at him and Chi-Yu and said, "You two are in cahoots." With an angry snort, she returned to Snow Girl's body. Obviously, she agreed. The Xianyuan sword was the sharpest divine weapon. If the Xuanyuan soul in the Xianyuan sword was used to refine the cold jade, the effect would be the best. Whether it was carving or removing impurities, no other creature could compare. Therefore, when the immortal in the mirror heard that Xuanyuan's soul had agreed to give the best cold jade essence to Snow Girl, she thought about the fact that Snow Girl had an ice and snow body and reluctantly agreed. The rest was easy. No matter how stable the 10,000-year cold jade was, in front of the Xianyuan sword it had no effect. Xianyuan's soul controlled its own body and cut it down from the spring. The moment Qiyu stored the 10,000-year cold jade into his Qilin pearl, the frigid spring suddenly erupted. A huge force surged upwards as an intense cold current swept out. If one had not been prepared beforehand, even the snow ladies, who were of the ice attribute, would not have been able to withstand it. The infinite changes Jade Realm technique enveloped the bodies of Qiyu, Wen-Ting, and Snow Girl. The dark red light emitted a special energy wave that drove the cold current away. This was not the ability of the infinite changes Jade Realm technique itself. It was the energy wave produced under the guidance of the immortal in the mirror. The infinite changes of the Kunlun divine illusion technique was similar to the infinite changes of the infinite changes Jade Realm technique. Therefore, it was most suitable to use it to display the energy wave of the immortal in the mirror. At this moment, even if the eruption of the frozen spring doubled in size, it would not be able to harm their bodies. Just as Qiyu was waiting for the eruption to slow down a little and leave with the two girls, he suddenly saw two light figures in the middle of the erupting frozen spring. The white light figure was extremely eye-catching in the darkness of the frozen spring. Beside it, there was a black light figure. An inexplicable sense of familiarity made Qiyu's heart skip a beat. Although he did not dare to believe it, he did not want to let go of any chance. After the baptism of the Kunlun divine illusion technique, Qiyu's mental strength was more solid than before. Using the amplification of the infinite changes Jade Realm technique, he limited his mental strength to a single strand and extended it towards the two figures at lightning speed. His mental strength accurately approached the two figures. Two incomparably cold energy immediately came over. Even with Qiyu's cultivation base, his body could not help but tremble. He had to rely on the Kirin True Fire to offset the cold aura. Immediately after, the two figures seemed to have sensed Qiyu's mental aura. They turned around and rushed towards them. As the distance between them grew closer, Wen-Ting and the Snow Girl also noticed their presence. When the two huge figures arrived at the frozen spring in front of them, they could clearly see that the two figures were about 30 meters long. Their appearances were somewhat similar. The one on the left was white and had a sparkling and translucent body. It had 4 claws under its abdomen, a huge dragon head, sparkling and solid dragon scales, and a dragon fin that extended from its neck all the way to its tail. It had a pair of large, icy blue eyes that were staring at Qiyu. It was actually a white dragon. Chapter 162. Qiyu's voice trembled. You are. Qiyu, yes, it's us. The black dragon's purple eyes looked much softer, looking at the excited Qiyu. His deep voice also trembled a little. Brother Nethersnake, is it really you? Qiyu suddenly jumped up and broke away from the technique of 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes. Ignoring the coldness of the frozen spring, he directly rushed in front of the black dragon. He opened his arms and tightly hugged the dragon's thick neck. Dragon scales were extremely hard, but for Qiyu at this time, it was not important. He never thought that the deep-sea nether snake and white lady were not dead, and that they had actually turned into dragons. It should be known that dragons, whether among ferocious beasts or mythological beasts, were absolutely superior existences. A circle of dark light emitted from the deep-sea abyssal dragon, dispelling the frozen spring around Qiyu's body. Yes, we really didn't die. Qiyu, have you also succeeded? Raising his head, Chiyu looked at the deep-sea abyssal dragon and said, "Yes, we succeeded. Brother Nether Snake, what is going on? At that time I saw you with my own eyes. You are so stupid. Why did you do that?" The deep-sea nether snake gave a wry smile and said, "You think I wanted to? I didn't do it for you. I did it for our white lady. But who knew? She was as stupid as me and also rushed out. We used to be your servants. This is what we should do. Perhaps because our action of saving the Lord touched the heavens, destruction brought us an unprecedented opportunity. It turned out that when the deep-sea nether snake and white lady were destroyed by the monstrous, demonic power of the Bull Demon King, because the Bull Demon King was so angry at that time he did not even touch their NEI pill, but directly blew their bodies together with the NEI pill into pieces. The NEI pill shattered, and the energy of the deep-sea nether snake and the white lady completely dispersed. Just as their souls were about to dissipate and they really died, a powerful suction force sucked them in. This suction force was produced by the 10 millennia cold jade at the bottom of the frozen spring. Their souls, which should have dissipated, were completely filtered by the 10,000-year cold jade and fused together again. Only then were their souls preserved. The deep-sea nether snake and the white snake were of the water attribute. Among the water in this world, the frozen spring was undoubtedly one of the few that contained the most energy. In the cold air, their souls received an unprecedented cleansing, and the energy that the NEI pill dispersed in the water also returned to their side under the summoning of their souls. It attached itself to the 10,000-year cold jade. They got the NEI pill back, and their souls did not dissipate. The chance of the deep-sea nether snake and the white snake came at that moment. With their many years of experience in cultivation, with the help of the 10,000-year cold jade and the energy in the frozen spring, they actually gathered their flesh and blood that had been shattered in the frozen spring. After 49 days of cultivation, with the NEI pill as the center, they completely fused together. In a sense, they were no longer the species they used to be, because after the baptism of the 10,000-year cold jade, although their bodies were reconstructed, their internal organs had completely disappeared. Although they still had bodies, in a sense, they were now bodies of energy. They completely relied on their own NEI pill to support their bodies. The energy that had been nurtured in the frozen spring for countless years rushed into their bodies at the moment when their bodies were successfully reconstructed. The bodies of the deep-sea nether snake and the white lady began to evolve at the same time. Finally, at the moment when Chiyu and the others appeared, they were reborn into the white dragon and the deep-sea abyssal dragon. At this time, although their divine senses were not stable enough, and they still needed to strengthen the stability of the energy in their bodies through continuous cultivation. However, under such special circumstances, they had, after all, turned the impossible into the possible, and were truly resurrected successfully. After listening to the deep-sea abyssal dragon story for the first time, Chiyu felt that the heavens were so lovely. But soon he thought of another question. "Brother Nether Snake, since you are not dead, why can't I feel your spiritual imprint?" After this rebirth, the deep-sea abyssal dragon was much steadier than before. He smiled and said, "This is because, in fact, we are already considered dead. The messenger contract with you has also been terminated with our deaths. Without the existence of the messenger contract, you naturally can't feel our spiritual imprint." Chiyu suddenly understood and said, "I see. Brother Nether Snake, now you are finally free. The white lady doesn't need to be my messenger anymore. We have obtained the Kunlun mirrors. Come, let's go home now." The deep-sea abyssal dragon and the white lady looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, the deep-sea abyssal dragon shook his head. "Chiyu, I think we won't go back with you for now." Chiyu was stunned and said, "Why? Don't tell me you have fallen in love with the era of the ancient giant beasts?" The deep-sea nether snake's eyes became softer. He looked at the white lady affectionately and said, "No, it's not that I have fallen in love with this era, but because in this era there is the white lady that I like. She doesn't want to be away from her family. so I want to stay here and accompany her. Moreover, this frozen spring is simply a paradise for giant beasts of the water attribute like us. Here, our cultivation speed is much faster than in other places. These days, when I was cultivating, I had already thought about it very clearly. I'm sorry, Chiyu, I won't go back with you. The water rippled. From the eyes of the deep-sea nether snake, Chiyu saw a strong love. That was a deep love for the White Lady. The White Lady was also looking at him at the same time. After going through the process of life and death together, there was no more barrier between them. Chiyu knew that in this world, there was no power that could stop them from being together. There was a sincere smile in his eyes. Big brother, congratulations. These simple words could not express the feelings in Chiyu's heart at this time. If it were not for the deep-sea nether snake and the White Lady who risked their lives, he might not have had the chance to merge with Wen-Ting in the end. Although from the beginning, when he subdued the deep-sea nether snake and made her his messenger, Chiyu did not have a good impression of him and was always on guard against him. However, when everything happened later, and the scene of separation in front of him, his eyes were unknowingly filled with tears. Why are you crying? Chiyu, this is not like you. The deep-sea nether snake smiled and said, Are you still not going to let me go? I'm so pitiful when I'm with you. Shaking off the tears in his eyes, Chiyu laughed and said, Okay, then I'll let you go. However, it's only temporary. Even if we go back, it's not like we won't come back again. The deep-sea nether snake was stunned and said, What do you mean? Are you going to come back to the era of the ancient beasts in the future? Chiyu shrugged his shoulders. What's wrong with that? With the coordinates of this era and the Kunlun mirrors, it's so easy to come back to see you whenever I want. What's more, I still have a lot of things to do in the era of the ancient beasts. But not now. It's after I return to our original era. Then everything can start. Looking at the deep-sea nether snake's still suspicious gaze, Chiyu smiled and said, Let's go, let's get out of here first. We don't have your ability to resist the cold. It's too cold here, and it's consuming my thundercloud force all the time. The deep-sea nether snake nodded and said, Okay, I'll escort you for the last time. As he spoke, the dark purple light around his body gradually expanded to the surroundings and connected with the space below. Chiyu used his mind to control the 1,000 opportunities, ever-changing Big Dipper realm technique to bring Wen-Ting and Snow Girl up. Brother Nether Snake, this may not be the last time, Chiyu said with a smile. The deep-sea abyssal dragon and White Lady urged their energy at the same time and moved forward in the spring water that was far colder than ice. With their guidance, there was no need to search at all. Soon, they came out of the water and reached the entrance that Chiyu had drilled. The moment they came out of the water, Chiyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They finally came out alive. The problems that needed to be solved had been completely solved. Everything was so beautiful. Ruyue, Ming, brothers and sisters, the ruffian, was coming back. The bodies of the deep-sea abyssal dragon and white dragon were too big to drill out of the cave. They each used their own energy to shrink their bodies to about a foot in diameter. Then they followed Chiyu and the other two out. The coldness gradually faded away in the tunnel. Although it was also a world of ice and snow outside, it was much worse than the freezing spring. The pure white snow finally appeared in front of Chiyu and the other two again. At this time, their feelings couldn't be described with words. Wen-Ting and Snow Girl's eyes were wet. They looked at everything around them, looked at the ice cave below them, and recalled everything that had happened down there. Their hearts trembled slightly. Chiyu pressed his right hand on the Kirin pearl on his chest. A faint four-colored light flashed, and moonlit night was released from the Kirin pearl. With Chiyu's treatment, she had already recovered. However, Chiyu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to adapt to the environment down there and would need some time to rest. Therefore, he let her cultivate on her own in the Kirin pearl. Chiyu, are we out? Moonlit Night asked as she looked at her surroundings in a daze. Chi-Yu smiled and nodded. He sighed and said, "Yes, we are finally out. Don't worry, we have also successfully obtained the Kunlun mirrors. Moonlit Night, is your body okay?" Moonlit Night nodded. With the help of Chi-Yu's thundercloud force, she had opened up her 8 extraordinary meridians. At this time, her body's condition had reached an unprecedented level. The warm, natural energy flowed through her meridians, and her limbs and bones were full of strength. Chi-Yu turned to the deep-sea nether snake and said, "Big brother, although you are no longer under my command, I still treat you and White Lady as friends. I will call you Big Brother from now on. We have to go back soon. After all, we have been away for too long. I don't know how anxious Ryue and the others will be when they find out that we are missing. Before we leave, I have something to ask of you." The deep-sea nether snake deliberately showed a pitiful look. "Good, Chi-Yu. We are about to leave, but you still won't let me go." Chi-Yu laughed and said, "Since the day you met me, I am afraid that you are destined to be entangled with me for the rest of your life. It is not that easy for me to let you go. This Miss Moonlit Night is the princess of the moon race. You know that. I'm sure you still remember the route we took to get here. We are about to leave, and it is not suitable for her to go back with us. I want to ask you and Sister White Lady to send her to the Earth race. As long as she meets my mother there, she will definitely arrange for her to return to her people. After that, you can return to this frozen spring and live the life of a fairy. What do you think?" The deep-sea nether snake shook her head helplessly and said, "Can I not agree?" Chi-Yu said seriously, "Of course not." The man and the beast looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The friendship between them had been built after countless twists and turns. There was no need for them to say anything. They, who were once connected, could directly understand the meaning of each other's words. "Master." Moonlit Night hurriedly called out to Chi-Yu. She wanted to say something, but she held back. Chi-Yu smiled and said, "You broke the rules. You said to call my name." Moonlit Night lowered her head and said, "Chi-Yu, are you leaving now?" Chi-Yu said firmly, "We have to go. We have already obtained the Kunlun mirrors. There is no reason for us to stay. Moonlit Night, we have been together these days. Let's not talk about our deep relationship, but at least we are friends. Am I right?" Yi nodded and murmured, "I'll never forget the experience I've had with you these past few days. I have learned many things from you. The Moonlit Night now is no longer the you, clan princess, from before." Chi-Yu said, "You still have many things to do. Your clansmen are still waiting for you. Don't worry, I will definitely come back. Maybe in a short time, maybe in a long time, but I will eventually come back. When you see my mother, please tell her that I have done what I promised her and Senior Emohua. Tell them not to worry. At the same time, tell her that I will definitely come back. Tell her to take care of herself." Moonlit Night slowly raised her head and looked deeply at Chi-Yu. "When you come back next time, Moonlit Night wants to ask you a favor. Is that okay?" Chi-Yu asked curiously, "What is it? Can't you tell me now?" Moonlit Night shook her head and said, "I can't tell you now. If you come back next time, you must see me. I will tell you then. I beg you, please promise me, okay?" Looking at her tearful look, Chi-Yu couldn't help but soften his heart. He said, "Although I can't guarantee that I will promise you when I come back next time, I will definitely see you. Is that okay?" Moonlit Night's tears turned into a smile. She said, "Okay. You must keep your word, my master." Chi-Yu said, "We are leaving now. Big brother, you should also go on your way. It is a long way from here to the two clan. You must be careful on the way. Although the ferocious Beast King is no longer here, there are still countless strong ones in the world of ferocious beasts." The deep-sea nether serpent smiled and said, "I will. I can't do anything else, but I've learned a lot about escaping from you. What's more, with the current strength of White Lady and I unless we encounter a powerful being like the deep-sea Nether Dragon King. We won't be afraid of ordinary ferocious beasts. You can start now. I also want to see what this artifact looks like in use." Looking deeply at the deep-sea Nether Snake and Lady White, Chiyu nodded. Of course. He knew that the deep-sea Nether Snake and Lady White stayed behind to protect the three of them. Snow Girl and Wen Ting walked to Chiyu's side. The two women looked at each other. The unconcealable joy had long been revealed on their faces. Finally, they were going back. Finally, they were going back to the era that belonged to them. Ever since the era of the ancient beasts, they had almost never been at ease. And all of this was about to end. Chiyu's gaze fell on Snow Girl. He nodded and said, "Let's get ready. Ask the fairy in the mirror to come out. I think she must know how to send us back." Snow Girl blushed slightly. She used the mirror fairy possession on her chest. Her right hand gently caressed her ample bosom. Immediately, a layer of dark green light lit up. After leaving the Kunlun mirage, the aura of the Kunlun mirrors became much more peaceful. Countless jade-like specks of light gathered together, and the immortal in the mirror's body appeared out of thin air. The immortal in the mirror looked even colder, just like the Snow Girl. She looked at Chiyu indifferently and said, "Why did you call me out? In the future, you are not allowed to casually let my master give me orders." Chiyu smiled faintly and replied, "How is it in order? Snow Girl is my daughter. Senior immortal in the mirror. I heard from the Yellow Emperor that the back of the Kunlun mirror is engraved with the lost formation. Since you are the mirror immortal of the Kunlun mirror, you must be the mirror immortal. Since you are the immortal in the Kunlun mirrors, you must know how to use the lost formation." The immortal in the mirror looked at Chiyu and frowned. "You want to break through time and space with just the few of you?" Chiyu said, "There is no other way. From Snow Girl's memory, I think you know some of our situation. We do not belong to this world. Therefore, we must return to our own world. In the future, we will have to rely on the power of the Kunlun mirrors. I wonder what conditions are needed to activate the lost formation." The immortal in the mirror snorted and said, "What do you think the lost formation is?" The lost formation is the number one divine formation in the ancient times. It is also the foundation of all high-level divine formations. Different divine weapons can produce different effects when activated. Do you think it is so easy to learn the lost formation? Even if you have the Xianyuan sword, with your current ability, it is far from enough. Chiyu's eyes showed a trace of cunning and said, "Of course I know that my strength is far from enough. However, I seem to have heard you say before that, as the master of the Kunlun mirrors, Snow Girl can use the energy we pass to her. Perhaps my strength is indeed not enough to activate the lost formation. But what if it is the power of the three of us? Then it will definitely be possible. Our purpose is very simple. We just need to be transported back to our era. Senior Immortal in the mirror, please help us." He had to be polite since he was asking for help. He also knew that the Immortal in the mirror was still angry at him for using the Silver Dragon shield to cleverly pass the third test. The Immortal in the mirror snorted and said, "Kunlun mirrors are Kunlun mirrors, and the lost formation is the lost formation. Although the Kunlun mirrors have recognized Snow Girl as their master, the lost formation is not among them. I have no obligation to tell you how to use the lost formation. Please find someone else." As she said that, she turned around and was about to return to Snow Girl's body. Chi-Yu was very anxious. It was not easy to get the Kunlun mirrors, but now the immortal in the mirror suddenly did not cooperate. Didn't this make his hope disappear? "Senior, if you have something to say, we can talk about it. If you have any conditions, let's discuss it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." There was no other way. Only the immortal in the mirror knew the mystery of the lost formation. Chi-Yu could only plead with her. A proud light flashed in the eyes of the immortal in the mirror. She stopped and turned her back to Chi-Yu. "It is not impossible to get the lost formation, The lost formation needs different energy to activate different abilities. The more powerful the artifact is, the more energy it needs to activate it. The Kunlun mirror is only able to travel through time and space using the lost formation. And I've also found the precise coordinates of your era from the spiritual imprints of the Snow Maidens. Come to think of it, it's not a difficult task to send you back. However, I have a condition. You must agree to it. Only then will I teach you the lost formation. Chi Yu hesitated for a moment. He thought that the conditions proposed by the immortal in the mirror were very abnormal. She obviously did not have a good impression of him and the Xianyuan sword. What if her conditions were too harsh? Just as he was thinking, the voice of Xianyuan's sword sounded from the bottom of his heart. Chi Yu, agree to her condition. Agree to her condition no matter what. You must know that the value of the lost formation is equivalent to that of a divine artifact. With the help of the lost formation, I can even engrave the lost formation on the body of the Xianyuan sword. In the future, when you use the Xianyuan sword, you will not need to use such a huge amount of energy. You can even use one of the 8 swords of the Xianyuan sword. For the 10 ancient divine artifacts, the lost formation can be regarded as the only one that can play a supporting role. In the future, you will understand how important it is. After listening to the words of Xianyuan's soul, Chi Yu no longer hesitated. He nodded and said to the immortal in the mirror, "All right, Senior, please speak. As long as it is within my ability, I will agree to it." The immortal in the mirror smiled faintly and said, "I naturally believe what the Qilin said. I am not afraid that you will go back on your words. If you want to return to this era, you will still need to rely on my strength. I have a total of 3 conditions. You must agree to them. I know that Shui. I will listen to you. My first condition is that no matter what happens in the future, I won't allow snow to restrict my freedom." After it recognized its master, the master could also control it through the spiritual connection, whether it was the Kunlun mirrors or the Xianyuan sword. Chi Yu had never controlled the Xianyuan sword because he thought it was unnecessary. He had seen how powerful the Xianyuan sword was. Subconsciously, he had always regarded the Xianyuan sword as his magic weapon to protect himself. How could he bear to restrict its freedom? He nodded and said, "That's not a problem. Although you are not human, it wasn't a real creature either. But since you have a soul, I will treat you as a living being." Chi Yu immediately agreed to the immortal in the mirror's first condition. Listening to Chi Yu's sincere answer, the immortal in the mirror's expression softened a little. She raised 2 fingers and said, "The second condition is relatively more difficult. I know that your era is many times more developed than this one. In your era, I will need a lot of things. No matter what I want, you must not refuse. You must give it to me." Ah, Chi Yu was stunned for a moment. He said, "Senior, I am afraid this condition is a little difficult. You must know that in my era, everything needs money to be bought and sold. I don't have any money. Moreover, do you want me to go to heaven and pluck the stars of our era for you?" The immortal in the mirror snorted and said, "That is your problem. It has nothing to do with me. However, you can rest assured that I am not as shameless as the Xianyuan soul. I won't ask for too much." Chi Yu first filtered out the curses of the Xianyuan soul in his body, then reluctantly nodded and said, "Well, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you get what you need." The immortal in the mirror nodded with satisfaction and raised 3 fingers. "The last condition is also the most important one. You must agree to it. That is, without my permission from now on, you're not allowed to go within 3 meters of the Snow Girl." Without waiting for Chi Yu to speak, the Snow Girl angrily said, "Enough. Are you the master, or am I the master? Just because we want to return to our own world, you are threatening my father like this? I know that you think that my father used a trick to pass the 3rd test, but you have also said that to pass the test of the Kunlun divine illusion, one must have courage and wisdom. Although my father's method is a little trick, it is also the embodiment of wisdom. Now you are threatening us and claiming to recognize me as your master. What kind of divine weapon is this? I think it is better to call it a murder weapon. You don't have any sense of holiness." At this time, the immortal in the mirror was standing face to face with the Snow Girl. Suddenly hearing the Snow Girl's rebuke, and looking at her pretty face, which was flushed with anger, she was stunned. "Snow Girl, listen to me. I am doing this for your own good. You don't know. Your so-called father has the blood of Kirin in his body. Do you know what Kirin's ability is? Besides being powerful, Kirin's biggest characteristic is his playfulness. I asked him to agree to these 3 conditions. First, it is to protect you better in the future. At the same time, I don't want him to hurt you. You silly child." The Snow Girl looked at the sincere light in the immortal in the mirror's eyes. She knew that although the immortal in front of her looked about the same age as her, her actual age was thousands of years old. The soul of the Kunlun mirrors was indeed thinking for her. But was this what she hoped for? For a moment, the Snow Girl's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Wen Ting looked at the Snow Girl and sighed in her heart. She was an experienced person. How could she not understand? Moreover, she had heard everything that the Snow Girl had said to Chiyu at the Kunlun divine illusion. After a while, the Snow Girl woke up from her daze. She shook her head and said, "No matter what, you can't threaten Daddy. Daddy is a good person. Without him, there would be no Snow Girl today. Senior Immortal in the mirror, if you are doing this for my own good, please let me make the decision, okay? Daddy has already agreed to the first 2 conditions. There is no need for the last one. I am Daddy's daughter. Is there a daughter in the world who is not intimate with Daddy? If that is the case, where is the familial love?" The immortal in the mirror looked deeply at the Snow Girl. She shook her head helplessly and said, "Silly girl, you are already in trouble. You are the master. Everything is up to you. At least from now on, I will be by your side to protect you." After saying this strange sentence, she turned around and returned to the front of Chiyu. Chiyu looked at the immortal in the mirror and said, "Senior, are you doubting me?" The immortal in the mirror replied coldly, "So what if I am? The biggest weakness of the Kirin clan is that you guys are dissolute. Do I still need to say this? You should know better than me. However, no matter what happens from now on, I will definitely not let you hurt the Snow Girl. Xianyuan soul, you have achieved your goal. For the sake of the Snow Girl, from now on, I will share the lost formation with you." As she said this, the immortal in the mirror put her palms together in front of her chest. A green light shone, and a diamond-shaped green crystal slowly appeared in front of her. The crystal trembled slightly. Then it left the palm of the immortal in the mirror and floated in front of Chiyu. Before Chiyu could react, the green light flashed and disappeared from his forehead. Everything in front of him suddenly changed. It was as if he was the only person left in the world. While Chiyu was shocked, the illusion in front of him had completely turned green. Lines of complex words that he could not understand gradually appeared in front of him. Each word appeared very slowly. Chiyu did not know how to distinguish them, but at this time he could feel the strong excitement coming from Xianyuan's soul. Obviously, this was the way to use the lost formation. Chapter 163. Xuanyuan's soul's voice sounded in Chiyu's heart. "You are not suitable to learn the lost formation. When your strength is sufficient, I will naturally teach you." Well, now that the immortal in the mirror has compromised, since you want to leave this place now. Listen to the guidance of me and the immortal in the mirror and get ready. A golden light penetrated his body, and Xuanyuan's soul appeared out of thin air in front of Chiyu, while the immortal in the mirror also turned into a green light and appeared next to Xuanyuan's sword. Although the spirits of the 2 artifacts did not communicate with each other, through the understanding of the lost formation, Xuanyuan's soul naturally understood how to cooperate with the immortal in the mirror. Under the guidance of Xuanyuan's soul and the immortal in the mirror, Chiyu and Snow Girl stood together with Wen Ting, forming a triangle. The 3 of them held each other's hands, and a faint energy aura began to circulate with Chi-Yu as the starting point. Originally, the energy of Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting was not the same as that of Snow Girl, so it was impossible to pass it to her. However, one of the characteristics of the Kunlun mirrors was that it could produce an ever-changing effect of energy. No matter how the energy of Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting changed, it was impossible to be separated from the fluctuations of the Kunlun mirrors. Through the energy filtration of the Kunlun mirrors, when their energy entered the body of Snow Girl, it had already become the same fluctuation as the energy of Snow Girl. In resonance, the energy of the three people began to condense. Xuanyuan's soul's indifferent voice sounded, "You guys step back." Under his guidance, the deep-sea nether snake and the white lady retreated far away with moonlit night. At this moment, the golden light in Chi-Yu's eyes shone brightly, and sentences of strange language constantly came out of his mouth. A faint golden light rose like a mist surrounding the bodies of the three people. It began to spread outwards. Although he and Wen-Ting had already transferred their energy to the Snow Girl, the lost formation was activated by Xuanyuan's soul. As the golden light shone, the snow beneath their feet began to change. Strange golden patterns appeared all over their bodies, forming circles of golden ripples. Xuanyuan's soul's spiritual power had completely merged with Chi-Yu's. Under his control, sharp energy rose from the surroundings and pointed to the sky. The golden light formed a sharp triangle and became stronger and stronger. The deep-sea nether snake looked at the golden light from a hill in the distance, and her eyes were filled with horror. It's worthy of being the world's best offensive artifact. The sharpness of the Xuanyuan sword is absolutely irresistible to behemoths of our level. At this moment, a green light rose from the center of Chi-Yu and the other two. Snow Girl's eyes became unusually gentle. The light and shadow gradually became clearer. A round bronze mirror appeared in the center of the three. On the smooth surface of the bronze mirror, complicated patterns kept seeping out. On the back of the mirror, the green light became stronger and stronger. Green symbols gushed out from the back of the bronze mirror and merged with the golden light of the Xuanyuan sword in the air. The aura of the energy was completely restrained within a radius of 10 square meters. A layer of dense aura began to spread in the surroundings amidst the fusion of the gold and green colors, causing the bodies of Chi-Yu and the other two to gradually become blurry. It was a mysterious feeling, as if everything had become nothingness. On the surface of the Kunlun mirrors, the emerald green light disappeared and was replaced by complete black, a black that seemed to be able to devour everything. As the light flickered, the black energy soared into the sky, and the sky darkened. The entire Kunlun mountain range was now completely shrouded in darkness. The golden light was like the sun that brought light to the world of darkness. However, this golden light was in the shape of a sword. Unknowingly, the Xuanyuan sword had already appeared above the heads of Chi-Yu and the other two. The tip of the sword pointed to the sky. The voice of the immortal in the mirror came from Snow Girl's mouth. With the Kunlun mirrors as the center and the Xuanyuan sword as the guide, break the chains of time and space. Under the guidance of the underworld, move forward. If it was only the Kunlun mirrors, even with the guidance of the Lost Formation, it would require a huge amount of energy to travel through time and space. However, now they had the Xuanyuan sword. The sharpness of the Xuanyuan sword could not only face all strong enemies, but at the same time, with the help of the aura of the Kunlun mirrors, it could also easily break through time and space, bringing the terrifying cracks of time and space to the human world. Dragon Field Courtyard. Sister Ryua, let me go with you. I'm handsome, elegant, and elegant. I'm definitely the best choice for you. Yan Xiaoyi said to the impatient Hai Ryua in a flattering manner. Su Dong snorted. You? Xiao, I don't want to criticize you, but you're still a little too inexperienced. Among the Zodiac guardian gods, even if Ryua had to choose, she would definitely choose me. regardless of age, appearance, or character. Is there anyone more suitable than me to accompany Ryue to this gathering? Yan Xiaoyi curled his lips in disdain. Bah! You sissy! You still want to accompany Sister Ryue? No matter how you look at it, I'm much better than you. Don't you have a pair of peach blossom eyes? Unfortunately, you're already old. Su Dong widened his peach blossom eyes and said angrily, *T, who said sissy guys can't pick up girls. Yan Xiaoyi, I want to duel with you. Yan Xiaoyi said proudly, See, you can't win against me in an argument, so you want to use force. You really have no taste. Are you going to bite me? Su Dong took a step forward and waved his fist at Yan Xiaoyi. So what if I bite you? A vulgar voice laughed. I say, brother Su Dong, don't you know that the word bite has another meaning? The one who spoke was the vulgar duo Huguang. He looked at Su Dong and Yan Xiaoyi strangely, and the light in his eyes became even more vulgar. What do you mean? Yan Xiaoyi and Su Dong asked almost at the same time. Huguang and Ian looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Not far away, Vol murmured. I remember Boss said that the word bite has to be looked at separately, divided into two words. Su Dong and Yan Xiaoyi were stunned at the same time. They looked at each other and almost jumped back at the same time. Yan Xiaoyi covered his lower body, and Su Dong covered his mouth. A burst of spitting sound rang out. They are all smart people. How can they not understand Vol's meaning? Enough! Ryue's cold voice sounded, and the breath of T-Rex was faintly discernible. She glanced at the Zodiac guardian warriors and said indifferently, I don't need you to accompany me. I can go by myself. It turned out that today, Ryue was going to attend a special party. The participants were all business elites. What was more special was that these business elites had two things in common. One was young and the other was women. The Young Business Elite Banquet, organized by the National Women's Federation, could be said to be the highest level of business women gathering. Yan Xiaoyi and Su Dong naturally wanted to find some suitable targets among these young women. The nature of a pervert could not be changed. Ryue's eyes looked a little blurred. Vol's explanation of the word bite reminded her of crystal love and also of him in her heart. Half a year had passed. Winter passed, spring came, and summer came, but there was still no news of him. Sister Ryue, why don't you not go? I'm really worried about you now. It was Ming Ming who spoke. Today was Saturday, and all the Zodiac guardian warriors gathered in the Dragon Field courtyard, except for Master Zagru, who was still practicing in his room. The others were gathered in the hall. He looked at Ming Ming. Ryue's eyes softened a little. After half a year, Ming Ming had obviously lost a lot of weight, and her bright and energetic big eyes had suddenly lost their color. Since he disappeared, Ming Ming had never been happy. What about herself? Wasn't it the same? I have to go to this party, and I have to respect the National Women's Federation. But I hate that I have to bring a male partner. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. Today, Ryue was wearing a traditional black evening dress. She was wearing a traditional black evening gown, and not much of her skin was exposed. Although there was nothing special about her clothes, her cold and beautiful face made her ordinary attire look cold and elegant. At this moment, a tall figure walked in from outside the villa. It was Jida. He was now allowed to enter and leave the Dragon Field courtyard. When everyone saw him enter, they all stood up at the same time, and all eyes were focused on Jida's tall and sturdy body. Ming Ming walked a few steps to her brother and asked eagerly, Brother, is there any news? Jida felt the ardent light in everyone's eyes and couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head and said, Not yet. I really don't know where he went. We have already used the power of all the military forces, but there is still no result. The car he left on the national highway is already covered with dust, and the people waiting there every day have been changed several times. The hopeful eyes almost dimmed at the same time. Ming Ming's eyes turned red, and she bit her lower lip. Where did he go? Why is there no news at all, as if he disappeared from our world? Jida said with a bitter smile, since he disappeared, we have never stopped looking for him. Aren't you the same? As the Zodiac guardian god, his breath has never appeared, and it is too difficult to find him. Now, we can only wait for him to come back. Vol suddenly burst into tears. Boss, where the hell did you go? It's been half a year, a whole half a year. Do you know how much we miss you? Even a phone call would be good. I beg you, come back quickly, do you know that? Since you left, we have never been happy. Since you left, Big Sis Ryua didn't smile even once. Big Sis Ming Ming shed tears for you every day. Master Zagru meditates in his room every day just to feel your breath. Boss, where are you? Where are you? Modi patted Vol's shoulder, but she didn't know how to comfort him. All the Zodiac guardian god warriors, including Huguang and Ian, who loved to joke, lowered their heads sadly. The figure of that ruffian rose in their hearts, and his evil smile constantly flashed in the minds of the Zodiac guardian god warriors. Enough! Ryue's cold shout woke everyone up from their melancholy. Ryue glanced at everyone coldly. I've said many times, don't immerse yourself in sadness. He's gone, but it doesn't mean everything. We are the Zodiac guardian god warriors, and you all know what kind of responsibility we have. What have you done in the past half a year? The speed of improvement has been greatly reduced. Although the past half a year has been very peaceful, do you know when there will be a crisis? We are the Zodiac guardian god warriors, and it is our responsibility to protect the land of Yan Huang in the east. Although I don't know why Chi Yu suddenly disappeared. I don't think he wants to see us so decadent. From now on, stop all the search for Chi Yu, and all the Zodiac guardian god warriors return to the courtyard every night to practice. From now on, no one is to mention his name. Everyone's eyes became a little dull. Although Ryue's voice was cold and unfriendly, no one noticed that her hands had already turned blue and white because of her clenched fists, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms. Big Sister Ryue. Ming Ming cried out sorrowfully and threw herself into Ryue's arms. She could no longer hold back the sadness in her heart and cried bitterly. Ryue sighed and gently patted Ming Ming's back and said to Jida, since there's no news of him, you must have come for something else, right? Speak. Jida nodded and said, about an hour ago, our satellite suddenly discovered a strong ball of light in the western suburbs of the capital. The light was mixed into 7 colors. When the satellite was about to take a close-up shot, the ball of light suddenly disappeared. Before it disappeared, it suddenly produced a very strong energy aura. Because its appearance was too strange, our Yan Huang Soul sect has already gone to deal with it. I was afraid that something special would happen, so I came to inform you. Ryue nodded and said, if you need our help, let us know at any time. All right, I don't have much time left. Xiaoyi, come with me. Su Dong, you stay here and cultivate with everyone. If Jida needs help with anything, you'll be in charge. If there's anything you can't handle, let me know at any time. Su Dong nodded and said, don't worry, I'm here at home. Yan Xiaoyi cheered. I knew it. Big Sister Ryue would definitely choose the handsome, elegant, and elegant me. Big Sister Ryue, you really have good taste. I'm afraid that a certain perverted tiger will have to retire because of old age, hee. Su Dong said unhappily, even if I retire, I'm still better than you impotent. Let's go, let's go. When you guys leave, I'll bring everyone to eat mutton hot pot. As the two of them bickered, the originally oppressive atmosphere finally eased a little. Yan Xiaoyi had long been used to everyone making fun of him, the Zodiac, and said disapprovingly, humph, you're a classic case of jealousy. Among us Zodiac guardian god warriors, I'm naturally the most suitable to accompany Big Sister Ryue. Really? Do you really think so? It seems that if I don't let you experience the consequences of bragging, you won't know why flowers are so red. Silence, absolute silence. Yan Xiaoi opened his mouth in shock, and Ming Ming's crying stopped. Everyone's eyes were completely attracted by the sudden appearance of the evil voice at this moment. Their gazes turned to the door. Surprise, excitement, sluggishness, and hope filled the eyes of the Zodiac guardian god warriors. Hope. Hope for the moment when the door would open. The door opened. A naughty smile, a tall figure, and a peaceful aura. He had returned. Dear brothers and sisters, what's wrong? Aren't you going to welcome me? Chi Yu opened his arms and walked in from the door. Yes, he was back. The Kunlun mirrors was indeed one of the 10 great artifacts. With the help of the 3 of them, Xuanyuan's soul and the fairy in the mirror, they finally succeeded in traveling through time and space. He returned to this era that belonged to him. After a simple recovery of the energy in his body, he immediately rushed back. When he heard the voices of the crowd outside the door, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. His blood was already completely boiling. This was his own era. There was no fresh and pure air, no bright and beautiful sunlight, and no blue sky that was as clear as crystal. However, this was the era that belonged to him. This was his home. Vol rubbed his red and swollen eyes. He muttered to himself, I'm not dreaming, am I? Hu Guang pinched Yi An's thigh hard, causing Yi An to scream. Hu Guang nodded and said, seems like it's not a dream. You can still feel pain. This time, surprisingly, Ian did not resist. It's real, it's King painful. Chiyu, you brat, you still know to come back from the dead. He walked into the hall step by step, without the expected hug. But the gazes of the people made him satisfied. His eyes were glistening with tears. Yes, I'm really back. Chiyu. Ming Ming called his name with a trembling voice. Chiyu smiled. Ming Ming, I'm back. Like a swallow throwing itself into Chiyu's arms. Ming Ming's delicate body suddenly jumped into Chiyu's arms. She tightened her arms, and before Chiyu could react, Ming Ming had already bitten his shoulder. That was a bite without holding back. Half a year, 180 days of missing. Ming Ming did not show any mercy. That heavy bite immediately made Chi-Yu's shoulder bleed. Chi-Yu did not dodge. He carefully restrained all the energy in his body for fear of hurting Ming Ming. The pain on his shoulder made him feel the strong longing. He gently stroked Ming Ming's long hair and said softly, Good Ming Ming, I'm back. It's all my fault. Can you forgive me? Hu Guang screamed, Ah, Ming Ming bit Chi-Yu. Does this count as a bite? Chi-Yu's eyes fell on Hu Guang, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Hu Guang's long-lost wretchedness, he could not help but feel particularly cordial. I don't know whether it counts, but I seem to have heard from Ryue that some people have been slacking in the past half a year. Later, I will carefully check the extent of your slacking. Hu Guang gave Chi-Yu a provocative look. Lick me. If you have the ability, come and check me and Little and Z together. Although your arm has recovered, we are not easy to bully. Humph. Although he said that the thick glasses at the bottom of the bottle could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Although the Zodiac guardian god warrior's cultivation was not systematic enough after eating the contract beast's meat, their strength had still increased by quite a bit due to the search for Chi-Yu. F*CKU, you bitch. If you call me Little and Z again, I will make sure you can't be a man in your next life. Ian snorted and gestured at Hu Guang's lower body. Chi-Yu held Ming Ming in his arms and walked to Ryue. Ryue's eyes were still cold, but Chi-Yu could clearly feel that her delicate body was constantly trembling. Ryue, I am back. You have lost weight. Ryue looked at him coldly and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. What does it have to do with you, whether I have lost weight or not? Mr. Chi, I am sorry, I have to go to the party. Little E, let's go. With that, she turned and walked out. She brushed past the Snow Lady and Wen Ting, but her gaze didn't linger on them. Yan Xiaoi looked at Chi-Yu. Boss, this you see. Chi-Yu glared at him. What are you looking at? You stay here obediently." His eyes swept across the crowd. "I am sorry, brothers and sisters. I know I have made you worry for the past 6 months. It is all my fault. When I come back, I will definitely give you an explanation. Don't leave, wait for me." Ming Ming slowly raised her head, looked at Chiyu with tears in her eyes, and punched his shoulder hard. "Go quickly. Sister Ryue has suffered more than us these days. If you can't persuade her, you don't have to come back." Chiyu cupped Ming Ming's pretty face and quickly kissed her on the lips, causing Huguang and Ian to whistle sharply. "Wait here for me to come back." As he said that, Chiyu had already flashed out and in the blink of an eye disappeared into the vast night outside the door. Wen Ting pulled Snow Girl into the hall and came to Ming Ming. Looking at her blushing pretty face, he said, "Don't be angry with him. In the past 6 months, he has gone through countless trials and tribulations before he can finally come back alive. If you know what happened between us these days, you will definitely forgive him." Ming Ming nodded gently. From the moment she saw Chiyu, all the grief in her heart had disappeared. She didn't know why, but she simply couldn't feel any anger towards that ruffian. Su Dong's soft voice sounded. "Then what are you waiting for, Miss Wen? Quickly tell us everything that happened in the past few days when you were missing. Waiting was a painful thing to do. But before that, I really want to know who this elegant, otherworldly beauty is." Yan Xiaoyi's reaction was not slower than Su Dong's. Looking at Snow Girl, who was beside Wen Ting, his eyes lit up. "That's right. Sister-in-law Wen. First introduce this beauty to me. As for some old cucumbers, you don't need to care about them." "Who are you calling an old cucumber?" Su Dong said angrily. Yan Xiaoyi laughed and said, "Whoever paints themselves green is an old cucumber." Snow Girl looked at Su Dong, then looked at Yan Xiaoyi and curiously asked Wen Ting, "Mom, why did they paint themselves green?" Snow Girl's call for her mother suddenly made everyone burst out laughing. They looked at the two women dumbfoundedly. Wen Ting held back her laughter and said, "Old cucumbers paint themselves green. It means to pretend to be young." Yan Xiaoyi stuttered a little. "Sister-in-law, it can't be. It's only been half a year, and you and the boss even have such a big daughter? Wasn't this a little too fast? Or could it be that you already have a husband?" Snow Girl looked at Yan Xiaoyi doubtfully and said, Are you father's friend? Then should I call you uncle?" Ryue drove her Lamborghini sports car, speeding on the airport highway. As soon as she got out of the gate of the villa, she jumped into her sports car and drove out of the Dragon Field courtyard as fast as lightning. Tears blurred her vision, but she didn't wipe them away. Her feet almost stepped on the gas tank, and the speed of the car continued to rise, causing the electronic cameras on the highway to shoot wildly. "He's back, yes, he's back. Chiyu, you bastard, you still know to come back?" Her hands were trembling, and tears drew 2 beautiful arcs on her pretty face. All along, Ryue was a strong woman, but behind her strength, there was more pain and loneliness. Until Chiyu appeared. This was the first man who walked into her heart. He disappeared for half a year, and every night she had to bear the heart-wrenching pain alone. 180 days and nights he finally came back. But at this moment, Ryue's heart hurt even more, and even she didn't know why. In front of her, the lights were getting brighter and brighter. When Ryue saw the source of the lights, she found that she was almost out of the highway. The lights were the toll station at the exit of the highway. And when she reacted, she was surprised to find that the speed of the Lamborghini was already above 300 miles per hour. She didn't know why, but Ryue had a feeling that she didn't want to take her foot off the gas pedal. But her reason still managed to control her heart. With the shrill sound of the brakes, the 4 wheels of the Lamborghini braked at the same time. Because of the high speed and the sudden braking, smoke suddenly rose from the brake pads. Suddenly, everything in front of him was plunged into darkness. Everything could no longer be seen. The toll booth was gone, and the lights on the highway were completely gone. Even the light emitted by the Lamborghini's own headlights seemed to be swallowed up. Sitting in the driver's seat, Ryue managed to calm down. She operated the thundercloud force and explored the surrounding situation. As the strongest among the Zodiac guardian warriors, except for Chiyu, she reacted very quickly in the face of a sudden situation. She was surprised to find that the thundercloud force she used to test was as silent as a clay ox entering the sea, and the alarm in her heart suddenly increased. At this moment, the darkness in front of her suddenly lit up. Through the window, Ryue clearly saw a huge fiery, red, heart-shaped pattern floating in the air out of thin air. The huge, fiery, red, heart-shaped pattern was at least as high as a 3-story building, and the blazing flame was constantly burning. Every time it fluctuated, it would clearly emit a layer of energy aura, which turned out to be a message full of love. The strong love made Ryue's vigilance gradually disappear, and her eyes became hazy again. A black figure slowly walked out of the flame. He maintained a very stable speed, and the naughty smile on his face disappeared. With a rose in his mouth, he walked out of the flame step by step. However, his eyes penetrated the layers of barriers and shot straight into the depths of Ryue's eyes. The convertible hood of the Lamborghini opened slowly, and Chiyu, who had changed into a formal suit, walked out of the heart-shaped flame and came to the front of the car. "Dear, can I get in the car?" The deep and magnetic voice made Ryue's heart start to get lost. His arm had already recovered, and there was no energy aura coming from his body. However, his deep eyes seemed to be full of magic, and she couldn't even say a word of rejection. In a flash, as if he had teleported, Chiyu was already sitting in the front passenger seat. He took the rose out of his mouth and used both hands to deliver it to Ryue. "Baby, I've made you suffer these days. Everything is my fault. No matter how you want to punish me, I'm willing." He didn't explain. At this time, Chiyu didn't want to explain too much. His words woke Ryue up from her daze. Looking at the ruffian who was already sitting beside her, her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Leave, I don't want to see you." The hateful voice was almost powerless, and it really didn't have much persuasion. The rose seemed to have just been plucked, and there were still a few crystal dewdrops on it. The dark red petals were about to bloom, and a faint fragrance permeated between the two of them. The heart-shaped flame in front of the car had disappeared at some point, but the world was no longer dark. Unknowingly, the bright moon had been magnified dozens of times above the dark world, and the bright stars formed the shape of a rose floating beside the moon. Chapter 164. Ryue turned her head away, her tears falling like a kite with a broken string. Looking at the soft starlight outside the car and smelling the faint fragrance of the rose, her heart was constantly softening. "What do I have to do to make you forgive me, my dear?" Feeling Ryue's heartfelt sadness, Chiyu's voice became a little choked. He carefully placed the rose on the dashboard in front of Ryue, floated up and jumped out of the car. Ryue's gaze was attracted by Chiyu's figure. Chiyu's eyes were hazy as he looked at the surrounding starlight. "I was wrong. How could a rose be any other color? No wonder you won't forgive me. Wait for me. Let me dye the light of these stars red. Let them become a red rose. Perhaps then you will accept my apology." As soon as his voice fell, Chiyu suddenly hit his chest with a backhand palm. The breath of energy instantly gushed out, and with a loud bang his body was still floating there, but his upper body shook violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Strangely enough, the blood floated in the air, and suddenly dyed one of the countless stars red. Ryue suddenly stood up from the open car, and cried out involuntarily, "Don't!" At this time, Chiyu had already hit his chest with a backhand palm again, and another arrow of blood spurted out, shooting to the second star. The two stars that were stained with blood suddenly turned into a rose red, and the blood drew a line in the air, looking so poignant and beautiful. "Don't worry. This dress is a gift from you. I will definitely not let my blood stain it. Chi-Yu softly comforted Ryue, and his third palm had already fallen. No, it's not like that. Don't hurt yourself. I forgive you. Suddenly flying out of the car, under the effect of the white thundercloud force, Ryue instantly appeared in front of Chi-Yu, and with both hands, she forcefully grabbed his palm that was still about to fall. Chi-Yu looked at her hesitantly. However, this rose still hasn't turned completely red. Ryue, are you really willing to forgive me? Ryue looked at his pale face and said in a trembling voice, Are you hurting yourself or me? Don't tell me you haven't made me angry enough? Ryue, are you really willing to forgive me? Hearing the same question, Chi-Yu's face revealed a gentle smile, but the love in his eyes became even stronger. Let go of his hand. Ryue placed her palms on Chi-Yu's chest. Gentle, thundercloud force was transmitted from his chest. If you can give me a reasonable explanation, then I can consider forgiving you. Chi-Yu grabbed Ryue's hands, and Ryue only felt dizzy. When everything became clear, they had returned to the car. The rose fell into her hand. Chi-Yu said, This is a very long story. Aren't you going to the party? Ryue glared at him and said, You rascal, you are back. Why should I attend the party? Chi-Yu smiled and said, That's not good. I can't hold you up on your business. However, we still have a lot of time. I think you will be satisfied with my explanation. But my chest hurts so much. Can you give me a massage again? Everything outside the car disappeared. Ryue was surprised to find that her Lamborghini was parked in the woods beside the airport highway. Only the rose in her hand was real. Even Chi-Yu's face was no longer pale. Are those all fake? The heart-shaped fire and rose starlight had left a deep impression on her. Suddenly disappearing, Ryue couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chi-Yu nodded and said, Those are all fake, but two are real. One is the rose in your hand, and the other is my heart for you. As he spoke, he took Ryue's hand and put it on his chest. His experience in the Kunlun divine illusion gave him a special understanding of illusions. Combining it with the art of 1,000 tricks and 100 changes, he had his own creation. Ryue looked at him with a complicated expression. Chi-Yu pulled her hand to his mouth and kissed it. Let's go to your party. I want the whole world to know that you are my woman. It was a simple sentence, but it was full of unprecedented dominance. Who is your woman? You don't want me anymore. You've been gone for half a year, and I haven't even heard from you. Ryue retracted her hand in a huff, but the sadness in her heart was quickly disappearing. In its place was a thick sweetness. Chi-Yu stretched his arm in front of Ryue. Of course you are my woman. I now have the ability to protect you. From now on, no one can take you away from me, not even the gods. Chi-Yu, I've decided how to punish you for going missing for half a year. Ryue looked at him slyly. Chi-Yu was stunned. How should I punish you? Ryue leaned back on the unusually perfect sports car seat. Without my permission, from now on, for a year, you can't touch me or any other woman, including Ming Ming and Wen Ting. If you can do it, I'll forgive you this time. No way, can't you change it? Chi-Yu looked at her, dumbfounded. Ryue snorted. I knew you weren't sincere enough to ask for my forgiveness. No, of course not. But isn't this punishment a little too severe? Ryue snorted. Why don't I think so? If you're sincere, you shouldn't object. Chi-Yu smiled bitterly. All right, I'll bear with it. But if you take the initiative, it won't count as me breaking the rules. Ryue turned her head to look at him. Of course it won't count. Full of explosive power, her delicate body pounced on Chi-Yu. She hugged his neck tightly and kissed his lips. Ryue's kiss was almost crazy. The breath of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was as fierce as ever. This familiar feeling filled Chi-Yu's heart with a fiery aura. Their lips and teeth intertwined. That touching feeling was so real. leaving a bite mark on Chiyu's lips. Ryue returned to her seat, panting slightly. Baby, don't you want to continue? Chiyu looked at her with some disappointment. You're making me unable to go up or down. Isn't that bad? Ryue looked at him with a smile in her eyes. This is the real beginning of your punishment. What, you can't bear it anymore? But you don't have the chance to resist. Don't forget what you promised me. Hearing her words, Chiyu couldn't help but feel like he was on a pirate ship. But he couldn't do anything about it. Chiyu, are we really going to that party? Go, I said. I want the whole world to know that you're my woman. Don't you want others to see your Prince Charming? Chiyu said, somewhat domineeringly. Ryue stuck out her tongue. Deliberately disdainful, she said. Are you Prince Charming? I want to vomit. Chiyu was pleasantly surprised. Ah, are you pregnant? I heard that it's not easy for Kirin to impregnate his partner. That's great. Go to hell. Ryue pouted and restarted her Lamborghini. When the car returned to the main road, Ryue couldn't help but ask, Chiyu, you should give me an explanation. Where have you been in the past 6 months? Why can't we feel the slightest breath of you? Even Master Zagru can't feel it. Chiyu said, Of course you can't feel my breath because I'm not in this world. What did you say? Ryue looked at him in surprise. You quickly reached out and turned the steering wheel to help the Lamborghini avoid a slow car in front. I say, my dear wife, even if you want to murder your husband, you don't have to use a traffic accident. I mean, in the past 6 months, I'm not in this world at all. It's not that I don't want to contact you. It's that I can't contact you at all. So, I'm really wronged by this punishment. In order to come back, I don't know how much effort I've put in. Ryue drove carefully and asked, What happened? Tell me more clearly. Chiyu replied, It was something that could not be any worse, but in the end it became a good thing. My Qilin arm was also restored because of this incident. However, it's really hard to believe. Fortunately, when Ting testified for me, Ryue, do you believe it? We actually returned to the era of ancient behemoths and lived in the same era with countless ancient behemoths and human ancestors. I even met our great ancestor Emperor Huang and became his disciple. The harsh sound of brakes was heard. Ryue's Lamborghini came to an abrupt stop on the expressway, causing a series of brakes and curses from behind. You're not kidding, are you? Ryue looked at him in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. Chiyu said with a wry smile, Do I look like I'm joking? Even if I wanted to escape from your punishment, I didn't have to make up such a ridiculous story. However, we are all Zodiac guardian warriors. You, Ming Ming, and Master Zagru can clearly feel my breath. If I didn't really leave this world, how could you suddenly lose contact with me? Drive. I'll tell you about it first. The car started again. Along the way, Chiyu briefly told Ryue about what happened to him when Ting and Snow Girl. He skipped over the critical parts. Since he was back, he didn't want his beloved woman to worry about him anymore. When the Lamborghini arrived at the destination of the party, Shangri-La Restaurant, Ryue's mind had gone blank. Indeed, as a modern person who didn't believe in ghosts and gods, it was really hard for her to believe everything Chiyu said. Baby, we seem to be late. Let's go in. Chiyu patted Ryue's hand and said. Ryue tilted her head and looked at him. If I didn't believe that you wouldn't lie to me, I would really think that you're telling me a novel. Chiyu smiled and said, Don't you think that our own experience is enough to be written into a novel? It's really hard for you to believe the experience of the ancient beasts, but similarly, isn't it hard for ordinary people to believe the story of our Zodiac guardian warriors? I've always believed that there's nothing impossible in this world. Ryue sighed and said, Let's go. I really want to end this party as soon as possible and go back to discuss it with everyone. Everything that you've encountered is really amazing. We actually have the possibility of returning to the ancient beasts era. If the country knows about this, I don't know what kind of effect it will have. Chiyu said seriously, Ryue, I don't want anyone else to know about this except for our Zodiac guardian warriors. You should understand that our world is a balanced world. This point, when I really returned from the ancient beasts era, I deeply understood it. In order to maintain the balance of this world, we must not let the country know about this. At the same time, the ancient beasts era is not suitable for ordinary people. It's enough that only we know about this secret. This secret will bring us unexpected changes, and it can also make our Zodiac guardian warriors stronger. But I don't know why, I always have a hunch that I can return to the ancient beasts era. I'm afraid that it's not just a coincidence, it's also the arrangement of the heavens. Although my strength has improved a lot, just like the appearance of the unprecedented Inkirin of the 4 auspicious clouds, I'm afraid that the increase in strength will mean that we'll be facing more powerful enemies. Ryua nodded and said, "You're right, it's very likely that it will be like this. Then what are you going to do? Moreover, we don't know where the potential threat is. Just now, you said that you accepted the Beast King as your servant. Even if you have the life and death domain to control it, I'm afraid there will still be danger. It's best to deal with this problem as soon as possible." Chiyu sighed and said, "I also know that Bull Demon King in my body will be trouble sooner or later, but his strength is really too strong. Not to mention now, even if I reach the strength of the 9 clouds, with the help of the Xianyuan sword, I may not be his opponent. So, for the time being, we can only put this problem aside. Before returning, I already had some plans in my heart, some for myself, and some for the Zodiac guardian warriors. We'll discuss everything after we return. It's already June now. It's almost the time that I've agreed with Yamu. Now that my strength has recovered, in a few days, I'll bring Ming Ming to Greece for an official visit. Although there are certain conflicts between the Eastern and Western cultures, they're still the guardians of this world after all. Don't you think that Inkirin of the 4 auspicious clouds and the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, appearing in the same era at the same time has something to do with it?" Ryua looked at him in surprise and said, "You mean in the future, we might actually face a worldwide crisis?" Chiyu said, "This is just a thought of mine. I don't want to be a savior, and I don't have that ability. I don't care what the West does, but I can't let the West affect our East." "Oh, right. Ryua, do you know? This time when I went to the ancient beast era, I actually met Cain, the ancestor of vampires. I really didn't expect that vampires actually spread from our east to the west. Speaking of which, it's really funny. Chiyu, I don't care. No matter what, you have to take me to the ancient beast era. I also want to go there and have a look." Ryua said to Chiyu coquettishly. Chiyu smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. Just treat it as our honeymoon." As he spoke, he first opened the door and stepped out. Then he walked to Ryua's side and opened the door for her. Shangri-La Hotel, one of the famous 5-star hotels in the capital. As soon as they entered the door, Ryua explained the purpose of her visit. The service staff led them to the large banquet hall on the 2nd floor. There was a lot of noise in the banquet hall. Obviously, the reception for young female entrepreneurs had already begun. Ryua handed her invitation to the special service staff outside the banquet hall. Immediately, the service staff announced through the broadcast in the banquet hall, "Chairman of the Longyu Group, Miss Ryua Hai, and her friends have arrived." Ryua walked into the banquet hall, holding Chiyu's arm. At this time, she had returned to her usual cold appearance. As soon as they entered the door, Chiyu clearly felt a sense of wealth. The entire banquet hall was decorated magnificently, but with some elegant plants as a foil, it did not look tacky. In the middle of the banquet hall, there was a huge table covered with a red velvet tablecloth. There was a huge ice sculpture on the table. The ice sculpture turned out to be in the shape of a phoenix. It was lifelike, symbolizing all the female entrepreneurs present. At a glance, there were already 200 or 300 people gathered in the banquet hall that could accommodate more than 600 people. Every woman was under the age of 35. The reception had already begun. Some people were drinking and chatting on the side, while others were dancing to the elegant music on the dance floor with their male partners. "Ryue, you're late." A beautiful voice sounded. It attracted Chi-Yu's attention. A woman about 27 or 28 years old walked in the direction of Chi-Yu. The woman was wearing light makeup and a purple evening dress set off her noble temperament. She had fair skin and a gentle smile. Although there was a big gap between her appearance and Ryue's, it was easy to make people feel close to her. A faint smile appeared on Ryue's cold face. "Sister Yuguan, long time no see." The woman called Yuguan by Ryue smiled slightly and pretended to be resentful. "Yes, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful, but I'm getting older and older." Ryue laughed and said, "You're only 3 or 4 years older than me. Are you saying that you're old, or are you insinuating me?" Yuguan sighed and said, 3 or 4 years is a very big gap. Haven't you heard that women are like tea dregs at 30? I'm going to be 30 soon. Won't you introduce me to your male partner? Our Long Yu group's chairman, who has always been a loner, also has a boyfriend. It really surprises me." While speaking, her eyes had already turned to Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's ordinary appearance couldn't help but make her a little disappointed. But this woman had read a lot of people and quickly found out that Chi-Yu was different. He was tall, had a restrained aura, and didn't show off his profoundness. Although he didn't attract girls' attention as easily as those handsome, white-faced young men, but for an intellectual beauty like her, he had a special attraction. Ryue glanced at Chi-Yu, giggled, and said, "Him. He's my bodyguard." Yuguan said with a smile, "Is that so? If that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Give me your bodyguard." At this time, there were already several women surrounding them, but it was difficult for them to attract Chi-Yu's attention. With such a great beauty, like Ryue present, the other women in the banquet couldn't help but be overshadowed. For a time, the light of the scene was completely focused on Ryue, who was not far from the entrance. "Yuguan, you want to snatch Ryue's bodyguard. Why don't I introduce you to one? The body can't represent the level of a bodyguard. Who knows if he's a spearhead made of wax?" A woman in her 30s with heavy makeup said with a sharp voice, immediately causing the surrounding women to burst into laughter. Chi-Yu found that most of the men who accompanied the women to the banquet were just vassals. When the women gathered together to chat, they would generally wait quietly at the side. For a male chauvinist like him, this kind of occasion was really not suitable. Ryue glanced at the woman with heavy makeup, and there was a trace of impatience in the depths of her eyes. Her pretty face became cold again, and she said indifferently, "Mr. Wang, you must be joking. Our Longyu group is just a small family. How can it be compared with your Hengyuan group?" Yuguan obviously heard the smell of gunpowder in Ryue's voice and hurriedly mediated, "Ryue, this is your fault. You are required to bring your boyfriend or husband to the banquet." Without waiting for Ryue to speak, Chi-Yu said with a smile, "I think, miss, you must have misunderstood. My bodyguard is different from other bodyguards. My duty is to protect Ryue for the rest of her life. Moreover, it's free." Yuguan looked at Chi-Yu with some surprise and said with a smile, "Now that you mention it, I'm going to be jealous. Why don't I have such a good bodyguard? Guan, I was wondering why you suddenly left. It turns out that Ryue is here." A tall figure appeared in Chi-Yu's sight. He actually knew this person. It was Ryue's biological brother, the vice president of Longyu, Zhang Jiuxiao. From the way he looked at Yuguan, he could see their relationship. It turned out that she was his sister-in-law. No wonder Ryue was so close to her. When Chi-Yu saw Zhang Jiuxiao naturally also saw him. He said with some surprise, "It turns out to be Assistant Chi. Long time no see. I heard from Ryue that you resigned. I didn't expect to see you again today." He didn't know about the Zodiac guardian warriors. Like Ryue, he also had his own residence in the capital, called Songshao Courtyard. Looking at Zhang Jiuxiao's hand holding Yuguan in surprise, Chi-Yu thought, It turns out that this intellectual beauty named Yu Guan is my sister-in-law." Listening to Zhang Juxiao's words, President Wang, who had been rebuffed before, suddenly became spirited. "Oh, it turns out to be an assistant. President Hai, you really broke the rules. Everyone say, shouldn't he be punished a little? Just punish President Hai and my male partner for a dance." As she spoke, she pulled her male partner over. He was also a tall man. His figure seemed to be similar to that of Chiyu, but he was much more handsome. His hair was meticulously combed, and his face was fair. He definitely had the conditions of a handsome young man. Zhang Juxiao frowned and said, "President Wang, you should know that Ruyuan never dances. This request is a bit too much. Besides, Mr. Qi is no longer the assistant of our Longyu group. He is Ruyue's boyfriend. How can you say that it's against the rules?" Ruyue didn't even look at President Wang of the Hong Yuan group. She held onto Chiyu's arm and said, "Let's go in." President Wang's expression changed slightly. He wanted to flare up, but looking at the people around him, he held back in the end. He turned to his male partner and gave him a meaningful look. The handsome young man nodded his head. He chased after Chiyu and Ruyue and walked over. Relying on his height and long legs, he quickly arrived in front of Ruyue and Chiyu. He skillfully blocked Chiyu and said to Ruyue, "President Hai, I wonder if I have the honor to ask you for a dance? This has nothing to do with punishment." She's smile easily made people have a good impression. Ruyue frowned slightly, and a trace of impatience appeared in her eyes. Just as she was about to refuse, she was stopped by Chiyu's eyes. Chiyu looked at the young man in front of him with a smile and took the initiative to greet him. He extended his hand to the young man and said, "Hello." When the handsome young man saw Chiyu walk out, he seemed to be prepared. He stretched out his hand and shook Chiyu's hand. Just as he was about to retract it, his hand was already grabbed by Chiyu. He wanted to break free, but found that his hand seemed to have fallen into a huge iron pincer. There was no possibility of him breaking free. Chiyu pulled his hand in front of him and looked at it carefully. He chuckled and said, "Your hand is quite white. You're new, right? It's obvious that you're the favorite of aunties over 50 years old. Not bad, not bad. When I'm free, I'll introduce a few guests to you." His voice was very loud. Although it couldn't be said that everyone present heard it, it wasn't much different. The handsome young man's face immediately turned red, and he fiercely pulled his hand back. You really have no manners." When he pulled his hand back, Chiyu used a bit of hidden force, causing him to cry from the pain. In front of so many people, he could only barely endure it. Chiyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Be good, don't cry. Hurry up and go home to complain to your mother." As he spoke, he used an obscure gesture to point at Director Wang, who was following behind him. After saying this, he rubbed his hand on his clothes, then pulled Ruyue into the banquet hall. Director Wang's face had already turned ashen from anger. Because his body was trembling, the thick makeup on his face began to fall. The young man looked at the backs of Chiyu and Ruyue in a daze. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Ruyue chuckled and sent a telepathic message to Chiyu. "You're so bad." Chiyu said, "Does that ugly girl surnamed Wang have an endocrine disorder? When she first saw you, I clearly felt that her blood flow was speeding up. Seeing that your eyes were obviously vicious, I naturally had to teach her a lesson." Ruyue said, "You also know that our Longyu group mainly targets the female market. For example, women's underwear, cosmetics, clothing, and so on. Of course, there are some other operations, but they are all carried out around these. Hengyuan Group is one of our main domestic competitors in this area. People in the same trade are enemies, so naturally she won't be nice to me. However, it is said that this woman has some kind of backer. She is 34 years old this year. Although she can work to this point because of the assets left by her father, she does have some ability. In the past few months, we have snatched a few big business deals from her. How do you think she will react?" Chi smiled and said, I haven't been involved in this aspect for a long time. I almost forgot that my baby wife is a strong woman. Ryue, don't make yourself so tired. The matter of the Zodiac, guardian god, has already taken a lot of your energy. Why bother? It's enough that your brother is in charge of Longyu Group. After all, a person's energy is limited. Ryue said with a wry smile, Do you think I don't want to? But our Longyu Group mainly targets female customers. I am directly responsible for some big customers. Some things can't be abandoned just because I want to. Longyu Group was founded by my parents. I don't want it to decline in my hands. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hello, distinguished guests. Please be quiet for a moment. Thank you. The sudden voice made people in the banquet focus their attention on the front rostrum. They saw a woman in her 50s standing there, nodding to the guests below. Chi Yu asked Ryue in a low voice, Isn't it said that only people under the age of 35 can attend this banquet? This seems to be over the limit, right? Ryue giggled, and her pretty face was like a spring breeze thawing. Chi Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Although they had been together for a long time, every time he saw Ryue's beautiful face, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Fool, this is the president of the National Women's Federation, and also the organizer of this banquet. Do you think she is over the limit? Chi Yu suddenly understood and said, I see. It seems that this auntie is quite rich. But you haven't told me what this banquet is for. You female business elites are gathered here. It can't be just for everyone to drink together, right? Chapter 165. Chi Yu smiled and said, It turns out to be a charity. I must support it. He was born in an orphanage, so he absolutely supported this kind of charity. If it weren't for the orphanage run by the country, he would have been. Thinking of this, Chi Yu couldn't help but think of his parents he saw in the illusion of Xuanyuan's soul, and he couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Ryue was very sensitive, especially Chi Yu, who occupied a very important position in her heart. Naturally, she noticed the change in Chi Yu's face. She couldn't help asking, What's wrong? You seem to be a little unhappy. Chi Yu forced a smile and shook his head, saying it's nothing. But when I go back, I want to ask you for a favor. He was very clear that everything he saw in the illusion of Xuanyuan's soul was what he saw when he was a child, but the memory in his mind was transferred by Xuanyuan's soul with a special ability. Although it was of no practical significance, it let him know he was not abandoned by his parents, and he also knew that his father was also an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur with the surname Chi was relatively much smaller. Since there was a clue, how could he not want to find it? Chi-yu, you may have to dance after the auction. Can you? Ryu asked with a smile. Chi-yu said with a wry smile, Do you think I can? Ryu frowned and said, Do you want it or not? Chi-yu righteously replied, Yes, of course I do. I'll dance with you alone. I'm your man after all. At this time, the president of the All China Women's Federation on the stage spoke again. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming to today's banquet. I don't represent myself, nor the All China Women's Federation, but on behalf of those suffering women and children. As we all know, the president of the All China Women's Federation said with great emotion. The audience was very quiet at this time. Everyone's eyes were completely fixed on her, and they unconsciously put down the wine glasses in their hands. I won't say much else. Those who are here today are all the cream of the crop of our Yan Huang Republic's women. I hope that everyone can lend a helping hand and help those sisters and children. Here, on behalf of them, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire banquet. Although some people had disapproving looks in their eyes, most of them were women. Their eyes were filled with sincerity and eagerness. As she spoke, the president of the Women's Federation stepped aside, and an MC came up. Although he looked ordinary, he gave people a refreshing feeling. Thank you, President Lee of our Women's Federation, for your speech. President Lee has put in a lot of effort for today's banquet. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to President Lee and all the guests present. The MC took a step back and solemnly bowed to the audience. With a faint smile, Chi-Yu's eyes shone with a faint light. He asked Ryue in a low voice, "How much are you going to donate?" Ryue said, "Probably to the left of 10 million. It's hard to say. The donation process of this banquet isn't simple. It's in the form of an auction. When the time comes, we can just pick a few of the more expensive items." Auction? Hearing these two words, Chi-Yu couldn't help but feel curious. This was his first time attending an auction. Although it wasn't very formal, at least it was considered a simple auction. The MC on the stage said, "Our staff will give each woman a number. Today's charity auction party for the Women's and Children's Foundation will begin immediately." As he spoke, a staff member had already begun to distribute the number plates. At the same time, a cart was pushed up from the back of the podium. The cart was covered with a red velvet cloth. Obviously, it was carrying today's auction item, at least one of them. Ryue's number plate was 62. She pulled Chi-Yu to an inconspicuous place, picked up a drink, and handed it over. "Chi-Yu, you seem to be very interested in this auction." Chi-Yu nodded and said, "Ryue, can I ask you for a favor?" Ryue smiled and said, "Do we still need to ask for a favor between us? I'm even yours now. Say it as long as I can do it." Chi-Yu lowered his head. After thinking for a while, he said, "I want you to donate more money. Can you? Even if I borrow it from you, I think I can pay it back within a year at most." Ryue seemed to know Chi-Yu for the first time. She looked at him in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to be so kind." Chi-Yu said indifferently, "Have you forgotten my background? I was originally an orphan. If it weren't for those rescue organizations, I'm afraid I wouldn't be who I am now. Today is a good opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to express some of my respect for the country and do my part for those who are still suffering." Ryue smiled and said, "Of course I support you in doing good deeds. Our Longyu group has some money, so it's no problem. I will donate it in your name." Chi-Yu shook his head and said, "No, just in the name of Longyu Group. Although I also have a card from Ming Ming's father. I can withdraw a certain amount of cash every day, but I don't want to use the country's money for this matter. I really will pay you back. I'm not kidding." Ryue looked at his serious expression and couldn't help but be a little surprised. "No need. I said that I'm yours. Why would I care about this money?" Chi-Yu said, "No, it's not about money. I'm a man. I can't spend your money all the time. Don't worry, I have a very good plan. If it goes well, perhaps in the near future, I will be able to find you. If it goes well, maybe I can become a rich man soon. I'll tell you when I go back." Ryue looked at Chi-Yu and said, "You seem to have changed a little after coming back this time. You don't seem to be as ruffian as before. You seem to have grown a lot." Chi-Yu thought that if a person had experienced many times on the edge of life and death, he would have grown up. Although he thought so in his heart, he said, "So you like me now? Or do you like me before?" Ryue smiled slightly. She looked at him with her head tilted and said, "What do you think?" Chi-Yu moved his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Of course, I like both." Ryue said, "The auction is about to start. How much money are you going to let me spend? Our future rich man." Chi-Yu's eyes flashed. He said, "I want you to buy all the auction items today. How much do you think it will cost?" Ryue was shocked. She obviously didn't expect Chi-Yu to be so determined. Although she felt that he was a little impulsive, how could she have the heart to refuse his first request when her lover finally came back? She nodded and said, "No matter what, I will support you. I have inquired about it before. I estimate that the total value of today's auction items is about 20 million yuan. But this is a charity auction. I estimate that the auction items worth 20 million yuan will need about 100 million yuan to be auctioned." 100 million yuan? So much? You looked at Ruyue in surprise. Ruyue nodded and said, "That's right. And this is my conservative estimate." Yu thought for a moment and said, "Okay. Can you lend me 200 million yuan?" Ruyue was shocked. She secretly calculated the current cash flow of Longyu Group. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Yes. Then I will lend you 200 million yuan." Yu smiled and said, "My dear wife, don't worry. I won't let your money go to waste. I said that I will definitely return it to you within a year. I heard that borrowing money requires a mortgage. I think it's better to mortgage me to you. You can use it day or night, 24 hours a day. It's a good price." Bah! Ruyue secretly blushed and said, "You rascal! You even sold yourself?" Although she said so, she secretly thought, "Gee, you fool. In my heart, how can your value be compared to 200 million yuan?" Yu smiled and said, "It's different when you have money. I feel a lot more confident now." At this moment, the auction was ready to begin. The MC on the stage first greeted the guests below and said with a smile, "Today's auction officially begins. I hope that all the female business elites present can contribute to our charity." Wait a minute. When the MC was about to introduce the first auction item of the day, a voice suddenly interrupted her. All the guests focused their attention in the direction where the voice came from. They saw an ordinary-looking but very tall man slowly walking towards the rostrum. Although he did not look handsome, as he slowly walked forward, he exuded an invisible, noble aura, which made it impossible for anyone to underestimate this man who suddenly appeared. It should be known that women were the protagonists of today's auction. The sudden appearance of such a man interrupted the auction, immediately made the guests present feel surprised and a little dissatisfied. The MC frowned slightly, but her professionalism made her immediately return to normal. She smiled and said, "Sir, what can I do for you?" The person who suddenly stopped the auction was Yu. At this time, Yu had already walked to the rostrum. He smiled and said, "Yes, I naturally have something to do. I want to ask before the auction begins, can I donate an auction item to the auction?" Hearing this, a sweet smile suddenly appeared on the MC's face, and she said, "Of course. Thank you very much for your generosity, sir. May I know what you want to donate to the organizing committee?" Yu took out something from his arms and slowly handed it to the MC. The MC reached out and saw that it was a small box carved with wood, which looked like a jewelry box. The carving was very exquisite. Although it was only made of wood, there were patterns of the sun, moon, and stars on the small box. In the center of the front of the box, there was a Kirin who had been stepping on auspicious clouds. It looked very exquisite. What made the MC feel even more strange was that the box gave her a very strange feeling. She actually could not recognize what the box was made of. Although she was just an MC, in order to make the charity auction held by the All China Women's Federation more professional, the MC invited was a very famous auctioneer in the auction industry. She had a very unique vision, but she still could not recognize what the box was made of. Yu smiled and said, "I want to donate a jade ring. I wonder if I can mark it with a base price. Then, this ring will belong to today's auction." The MC looked at the president of the All China Women's Federation, who was sitting on the rostrum next to him. The president nodded slightly and said, "Sir, thank you very much for your support for our charity banquet. Please mark the base price. If the ring is not sold, we will return it to you." Yu smiled lightly and said, "I can guarantee that it will not be sold. As for the base price, mark it at 50 million yuan." As soon as he said that, the guests below immediately made a sound of surprise. What kind of ring could be worth 50 million yuan? If it was a super big diamond ring, although this wooden box was exquisite, it was too shabby. The MC looked at Yu in surprise and said, "Sir, are you sure you didn't say anything wrong?" Yu nodded solemnly and said, "Of course I didn't say anything wrong. It is 50 million, not 5,000 yuan, and it is in RMB. The MC said doubtfully, "Sir, it seems that I have not heard of any ring that can reach such a high price. Looking at your box, even if it is a diamond ring, it will not be too big. If it is the most precious pink diamond, it will not be worth this price. Can I open it and have a look?" Chiyu shook his head and said no need. "You can open the box when it is auctioned. I can only promise you that it will not be auctioned." The doubt in the MC's eyes deepened. Not only her, but many of the guests present also believed that Chiyu was here to cause trouble. If not for her and Hai Ryue's presence, there would have been people who would have objected. Chiyu ignored the MC and turned back to his previous position. He took Hai Ryue's little hand, and the smile on his face was a little more mysterious. After consulting the chairman of the Women's Federation, the MC finally accepted Chiyu's donation. According to the rules of the auction, the higher the base price of the auction item, the lower it would be. The base price that Chiyu had bid was obviously the highest among all the auction items. Well, our auction will now officially begin. First of all, the collection we are going to auction is a gift from the President of France to the President of our country. It has a beautiful name called Black Pearl. The MC showed his professionalism. He first made a high-profile speech, and the mysterious light in his eyes swept to the guests below, arousing everyone's curiosity. Don't get me wrong, the black pearl I mentioned is not a real pearl. Perhaps you have heard of its name. Louis XIII is the oldest brand of brandy with a very long history, and Louis XIII Black Pearl is the most classic and the most luxurious cognac of Louis XIII. It is brewed from 1,200 kinds of water of life originating from the Champagne region of France for 40 to 100 years. Its value is not only for tasting, but also for collecting. There are only 768 bottles in the world, and the bottle we're going to auction today is the first of them. It has a very clear label, whether from the value of the gift from the President of France or from the bottle itself. It is the most precious collection of wine. Even the bottle is made of artificial crystal, and it is carved with high-purity silver flowers. As the first auction item today, its base price is 300,000 yuan, and each increase is 10,000 yuan. Everyone knew that the first item in an auction was only used to lead the way. However, this bottle of Louis XIII Black Pearls had immediately piqued Chiyu's interest. One must know that he was very fond of wine, but he had never heard of any wine being sold at such a price. 350,000 yuan. As soon as the base price was announced, someone immediately made a bid. The person who made the bid was the woman with the surname Wang from the Hung Yuan Group, who was holding the number 44 and had been fooled by Chiyu. Ruyu whispered in Chiyu's ear. The value of this bottle of wine is mainly reflected in its number. 7, 8, 8, and 68 bottles of Louis XIII Black Pearls. In China, the price is around 60 to 70,000 a bottle. Coupled with those gimmicks, this is the base price. Chiyu nodded. He had already made up his mind to spend money, so he naturally did not care about the value of the auction item. He immediately raised the number plate in his hand and said, "Longyu Group, 400,000 yuan." Director Wang obviously wanted to regain her face at the auction. Without waiting for the others to make a bid, she immediately retorted, 500,000 yuan, Heng Yuan Group. Chi-Yu snorted coldly. He looked at the director Wang provocatively and said indifferently, Longyu Group, 1 million yuan. His words caused an uproar in the audience. A bottle of wine for 1 million yuan was really too much. However, when they saw Hai Ryue beside Chiyu, they could more or less understand. After all, Hai Ryue's Longyu Group often contributed to charity. However, Chiyu's bid caused one person to be unhappy. It was Ryue's brother, Zhang Junxiao. He looked at Chiyu with a frown and walked over discreetly. The woman with the surname Wang was obviously angered. 1,200,000 yuan, Heng Yuan Group. Chiyu looked at her and smiled. He handed the number plate to Ryue and said, Hung Yuan Group is indeed a pioneer in charity. I really admire your courage and your kindness in contributing to charity. I'll let you have this bottle of wine." He was not a fool. Although he had previously said that he would buy all the auction items, no matter who he sold them to, as long as the price was high enough, it would still be a contribution to charity. At that moment, Zhang Junshao walked over to Ryue. When he heard that Qiyu had backed out, he was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but look at the woman with the surname Wang from Hung Yuan Group with a pitiful gaze. The woman with the surname Wang was not a fool. She had been so angry at Qiyu that she almost vomited blood. That was why she had acted so impulsively. However, it was too late for regrets now. The wine had been raised to a high price of 1,200,000 yuan. Even if she wanted to back out now, it was too late. With such a high price, naturally no one would compete with her. The first auction item naturally fell into the hands of Director Wang. Although the auction was a success, she looked at Qiyu and Ryue with even more hatred. Although she hid it well, how could Qiyu, who had extraordinary mental strength, not sense it? But did he care? The answer was no. The first auction item was sold at a high price. Immediately, the chairman of the National Women's Federation on the stage showed a relieved smile. With such a high profile at the beginning, the rest of the auction would not be calm. With a slight smile, Qiyu's eyes revealed the light of victory. He took the number plate from Ryue's hand again. Zhang Junshao asked Ryue in a low voice, "Is he crazy? What if Director Wang didn't take the bait just now?" Ryue glanced at her own items and said naturally, "Then we'll buy it. I'm not the one who bought it, it's him. He's just buying it in the name of Longyu Group. He's paying for it. Brother, you don't have to worry." Hearing Ryue's words, Zhang Junshao suddenly relaxed. After all, although Longyu Group was rich, it did not come from nowhere. Hearing that his beloved woman was giving him face, Qiyu couldn't help but smile at her gratefully. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he would have rushed up and kissed Ryue. Very quickly, the second auction item began. This time, Qiyu was not in a hurry to make a bid. The auction item was an ancient inkstone, which was obviously very valuable. The starting price was 1 million, and the bidding process was not as exciting as before. As the crowd slowly raised the price of the inkstone was raised to 1,200,000 in a short while. Mr. Wang seemed to be hurt by his impulsiveness and, like Qiyu, was not in a hurry to make a bid. 5 million. Qiyu finally opened his mouth. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately raised the price by a quarter. At this time, all the guests looked at Qiyu with a strange look in their eyes. Qiyu knew very well what those gazes meant. These people obviously regarded him as a troublemaker. As soon as he opened his mouth, the entire hall suddenly became silent. As Qiyu made his bid, his eyes fell on Director Wang with a faint smile. The light in his eyes was obviously filled with provocation. It was as if he was saying, "Continue if you have the guts." The actual price of the ancient inkstone was actually only about 2 million. After increasing the price to 5 million, it had far exceeded this value. Ms. Wang from Hung Yuan Group did not act impulsively this time. She coldly glared at Qiyu and did not say a word. "Is there anyone who wants to continue bidding?" the MC asked with a hint of joy. After all, her commission was related to the total price of the auction. Based on the current situation, the total price of today's auction would obviously not be low. Everyone present was an elite in the business world. Although they were all women, to be able to attend this banquet, they all had outstanding intelligence. In the face of an unreasonable price, even if it was for charity, they would not be as impulsive as the woman surnamed Wang. 5 million going once. 5 million going twice. 5 million going thrice. Deal. Without any suspense, Qiyu obtained the second item. After a simple registration, the auction continued. Naturally, the female elites present could see that Chi-yu was provoking Ms. Wang. They were happy to let them have the battlefield. After all, it was always a good thing for them that someone was fighting to donate to charity. After all, not everyone was like Chi-yu, who wanted to contribute to charity. As the auction continued, Chi-yu had already become the focal point of the entire venue when the fifth item was decided. Apart from the first item, the other four items had all been successfully auctioned off by him. Furthermore, the winning bid had far exceeded the starting bid. Often, when others had made similar bids, Chi-yu would suddenly raise a bid that exceeded the starting bid by more than 20%. In this manner, it was naturally very difficult for anyone to compete with him. Although Ms. Wang also wanted to compete with Chi-yu, she was afraid that she would be fooled by Chi-yu again and pay an unnecessary price. She could only watch helplessly as Chi-yu collected the auction items one by one. After all, under the absolute suppression of money, she could only tell herself to calm down and wait for the next opportunity. Chi-yu stood beside Ryue the whole time. He held the auction card in one hand and held Ryue's soft and slender hand in the other. He had an accurate estimate of his current funds. So far, the four auction items had cost him about 6 million yuan, and the price of the following items would only get higher and higher. The way Zhang Junxiao looked at Chi-yu became a little strange. He had been thinking in his heart, where did Chi-yu get so much money? One had to know that within 3 days after the end of the auction, all the auctioned items had to be paid for with the corresponding amount. Based on his understanding of Chi-yu, although this young man was a little mysterious no matter how he looked at him, he did not look like a person with so much money. Chi-yu's auction was held in the name of the Longyu Group, which meant that everything he auctioned was recorded in the name of the Longyu Group. If he suddenly disappeared or had no money to pay, the Longyu Group would be in trouble. As the vice president of the Longyu Group and one of the direct heirs, Zhang Junxiao inevitably felt a little worried. Although he wanted to ask his sister again, when he saw the way Ru looked at Chi-yu, he could not help but hold back. Growing up with his sister, it was the first time he had seen such a sweet look in her eyes. And all of this was brought by this inconspicuous man in front of him. What charm did he have to attract his arrogant sister? Zhang Junxiao was secretly guessing the source of Chi-yu's funds, but Chi-yu did not have the slightest intention to stop. The auction continued, and the money he spent was like flowing water. In a short while, when the auction was 2/3 of the way through, Chi-yu had already spent a total of 20 million yuan. The prices he quoted were very high, so naturally the total price that Ryue had estimated for the auction items to be auctioned was much higher. This was after he gave up some of his collections to others. Otherwise, it would be more than this number. Chi-yu was very shrewd. Although he seemed to be very arrogant on the surface, he was very skillful during the auction. When the price of an item had been raised to a very high level, he would give up at the right time, causing those who maliciously raised the price to fall into his trap. The woman, surnamed Wang, had already been tricked twice. Although the price was not as high as the price of the first bottle of wine, it was still a considerable loss. The resentment in her eyes was already somewhat uncontrollable. Well, in this intense auction, I believe all the distinguished guests must be a little tired. Why don't we take a break for a while? After 30 minutes, the auction will continue. In addition to the special auction items donated by Mr. Chi, the total value of the following auction items will also exceed the total value of the previous auction items. Please wait and see. The MC smiled and temporarily interrupted the auction. At this time, the waiters appeared at the right time and served all kinds of drinks and snacks to replenish the previous consumption. The previously quiet banquet hall became noisy again. Along with the beautiful and slow melody of the music, the female business elites of Genesis Network gathered together according to their own circles. Most of the topics of discussion revolved around the previous auction. Their eyes frequently fell on Chi-yu, and some speculations about the relationship between Chi-yu and Ryue were endless. The two of them had completely become the focus of the audience. Chi-yu was asking Ryue in a low voice about the value of the items he had won when Zhang Junxiao's voice suddenly came from beside him. Mr. Chi, I don't know if I can talk to you alone. Chi Yu turned his eyes to the tall and handsome man and smiled. Of course. Ryue frowned slightly and said, Brother Yu. Zhang Junshao interrupted her and said, Don't worry, I won't steal your sweetheart. I'm just having a casual chat. Mr. Chi, why don't we go to the balcony to get some fresh air? The air there should be better than here.